Charlotte Roberts. And they're looking to do that again. Bushrangers looking to get a bit of ball movement of their own going. So here we go, ball up in the middle. Great tap there from the Rebels Rocks. They are flying at the ball early on. Feeling a bit of energy from that first quarter. Goes into the pockets, cleaning up with the Bushrangers. That is holding the ball, a very quick call from the umpire. A little bit stiff, you would think. But it's a fantastic bit of work there from Jada Wright. And she'll be rewarded for the tackle. Okay, in she goes to the pocket. They all fly at it. It's off hands. It's looking towards the boundary. You'd think you'd be pretty happy with the boundary if you Murray. It spills out. Oh, and she's hit the post there. Another deadly attack from the GWV Rebels. Doesn't quite come off this time. So the Bushrangers, what can they do to get this ball moving? They go very wide, a little bit too wide. And that'll be a throw-in. Not touched by anybody, but she's played on. And I'm not even sure if that is a rule anymore, so I'll quit talking about rules I don't know and just call the game. Ball in from the Lakeside. And no rocks anywhere near it. And there's a free kick paid against the Bushrangers for not nominating. Nothing is going their way so far. In go the Rebels. Mark dropped. Hits the ground. They'll wrap her up. The ball's spilled free. Danger signs for the Bushrangers again. Spills out the back to McCosker. She wheels around. Has a snap. Thought that was sailing through Grind Mine style for a second. But it hasn't. It'll be a behind. Bit cleaner from the Bushrangers. They look to come out the broadcast side. Long kick down the wing. Rebels have numbers. Spills to ground. Good work in there from Taylor Bell. They hack it forward again. Bushrangers have numbers, but the ball's on the ground in a dangerous spot again. Good tackle pressure. They've done well to not get caught here, but they're not out of danger yet. As everybody jumps on the ball, it's still free. And I was about to say the Bushrangers come away with it. Not yet. The Rebels are still everywhere. That kick out of the pack. And that will find the target. So a bit of relief for the Bushrangers here. They look to go wide again. Good kick there. Finds Jasmine Lavis. She's been active early. Hasn't got the quality disposal that she'd want. But you can't question her attack. Wide they go. Bushrangers desperate to get this ball forward. Great tackles going on everywhere. And we will have a ball up on the broadcast wing. Up goes Evie Johnson for the Rebels. Good tap down towards the boundary. They try to get the handball back. And we will have another ball up. Tabitha Ingham doing very well in there. Throwing her body around early. Putting it on the line for the Bushrangers. Great tap there to the advantage of Purchase. She can't quite get onto it. It'll be a ball up again. So we've gone about 3 or 4 minutes without the Rebels kicking a goal, which is a sign of improvement for the Bushrangers, given how thick and fast they were flying in the first quarter. And I think the coach will be happy just to see some lockdown footy going on in front of us here. Great bit of body work there from Summer McIver in the ruck for the Bushrangers. Spills out wide. Hands everywhere. Great pick up there from Murnane. She kicks into the 50. It'll spill towards the boundary again. So just a bit slower in the second quarter. Locking on a bit more the Bushrangers. Good things happening defensively, even under the unrelenting pressure from the GWV Rebels. Ball comes in again. A couple times it's got out the back like that. Hack kick goes to Murnane. She can't take the mark, but she butters up nicely. That is a brilliant tackle. A bit of reward for effort from the Bushrangers. We'll have a look who that was in a second. She kicks up the line. Spills out the back. Rebels have the numbers. Running towards it is Evie Johnson. She gets the handball out nicely. Bushrangers have numbers now. Can they take advantage? And that's a very smart play from Sarah Burton just to lock it up when she was outnumbered. Make it an even contest. Great tap there from Ruby Cleaver. She's done well. Out the back is Tabitha Ingham, who had that fantastic tackle earlier. And the umpires found a free kick for the Bushrangers. Here we go. First quality inside 50 coming up, you would think. Addison Wardle goes inside, finds Walker, can't take the mark, but she follows up beautifully. Standing there strong was Murnane. She cleans up well. And that is holding the ball, you would think. There we go. Bit of tackle pressure coming the way of the Bushrangers here. That's what you want to see. She goes very high in the air, not very far into the 50. Shallow entries, as the coach would say. Here's Ingham following up beautifully again. Crashing through packs, but she can't keep it in front of her. The Rebels clean up. They got nowhere to go. A long kick up the line. It bounces through everyone. It's gotten into the 50. Good hands there. There's a bit of a hit off the ball. Didn't quite catch who done that, but someone is flat. Up they get now. And that's a risky kick into the middle. Could work out for the Bushrangers here. GWV arrive with numbers. They kick back into the 50. Bit of a right angle bounce again. Great tackle pressure. Here goes Purchase with a great tackle again. He took her on. And GWV have been well up to the task so far. Great tackle from Purchase. She looks inside 50. She's got leads on everywhere. She has not found one of them, but it's come off the hands of the Bushrangers. Out the back was Wiedemann. Can't quite get the kick. Bushrangers paddle it away. But here she is again. Rolling around on the right foot. Just pushing it right again was McCosker. She's been great with those hands up off the deck and wheeling around onto her right. And that's the second one where she just hasn't been able to hook it back towards goal, and it's gone across the right-hand side of the goal for a behind. But great attack from McCosker early on. She's been one of the best for the Rebels. Wide go the Bushrangers, and that is probably closer to the lake than she would hope. Down on the full. GWV deep in the pocket. They look inside. Bushrangers have numbers. Gumps to ground. Fair bit going on again. Spills out. And Bushrangers get a clearing kick through Fowler. She takes it on in the middle. The kick is not what he's hoping for. Ingham is in there again with the great tackle pressure. And she's been one of the very best for the Bushrangers so far. Wins the ball up. Umpire keen to get it moving quickly. Good tap down there from the Bushrangers, but it's sharked by the Rebels, and they go back inside 50. Flying at it, where the Rebels couldn't quite get there. McCosker paddles it towards the boundary. She's so dangerous in this area. It's one out again. It's all too easy. No, she's missed. Wow, Charlotte Roberts did the hard work and then just missed from close range. It'll be a behind to the Rebels as the Bushrangers look to come out to the broadcast side again. Kick up the line. Good fly from both teams. It's come to ground. There are elbows going everywhere in that tackle. And both teams bounce up. Umpire says fair play, let's have a ball up. In comes Price into the ruck for the Bushrangers. She's muscled out by Della. Good little step there. They kick in the middle again, and the intercept mark is taken by Baker. She goes inside 50. It's chopped off. But it'll be coming straight back through Evie Johnson with a nice mark and a kick on the left. Finds a target and Roberts can't take the mark. Hits the ground, bursting through. And coming onto the right, she's hit the post. Has Taylor Bell. That was a good little burst. And couldn't quite finish. But an exciting little flash there for the Rebels. Here we go. Lakeside kick again. Haven't had much success this way, but they'll get it outside their 50 at least. Another absolutely crunching tackle away from us on the lakeside of the ground. And we'll have a throw in. Fowler into the ruck for the Bushrangers. Going up against Wiedemann. Wiedemann getting good position early, but Fowler fights back, brings it to ground. Out the back go the Rebels. Good little quarterback handball. Roberts was in there, couldn't quite take the mark. Bushrangers clean up, but GWV have numbers. Roberts attacking it hard as she's done all day. She's brought it back to the 50. And quick kick out in the path of Walker. This is where you want it for the Bushrangers. She takes them on, has a bounce. It's a very dewy ground. That was very risky. She's done beautifully. She's dropped the ball on her own. It's a slippery, buttery ball, but she's quick enough to do well. Bursting through there for the Rebels. Can't convert. And Lavis takes a good mark on the half-back line. She looks to move it quickly out to the wing. Who's up for the Bushrangers? Nobody. Spills off hands. It is good little squirting handball out the back in the way of Mahoney. She kicks down the line. Rebels have got some run here. Ducks and weaves there. Well done, and she's been taken down off the ball. Oh, it's holding the ball. A little bit stiff, I would have thought, but great tackle pressure from the Bushrangers nonetheless. They look to go up the line. Off hands. Bushrangers just looking for a bit of a spark, looking for a bit of run. And they're not going to get it this time. Into the 50 from the Rebels, and it dribbles out of bounds for a throw-in. What can they do, the Bushrangers, just to get a bit of a spark? Get it in the hands of Walker, get it in the hands of Ingham. Try and take the game on a bit. Here's Wiedemann and Fowler again. Good bit of body work from Fowler. She runs towards that arcing ball, wins it down. Ball in dispute on the half-forward line for the Rebels. Scooped out, that was a throw, and the umpires recognised it very well. You'll have to see when they pick up on those scoop throws, because they do happen more often than you'd think. Bushrangers free kick on the half-back line. What have they got ahead of the ball? They've got a big pack. It's down the line. Good hands from the Rebels. And they're fighting hard, the Bushrangers, but the Rebels just have the numbers at most contests. They go long inside 50. It's got out the back. And a beautiful pick up and goal. Great finish there from, I believe it's Jada Wright. We'll get confirmation on that in a second. That was a fantastic little shark off the deck. A little banana on the run. Classy finish. That's top level stuff. So they hold off for a while, the Bushrangers, but the Rebels' superior pressure brings it to ground. Wright does the rest. It's a tidy finish. Ball up in the middle again. Fowler does well and follows up. She's pushed out of it. It's well done by Purchase. She gets the kick forward. Great pick up there from Jada Wright. In she goes, and she's hit her target. That is Abby Burke. Gives the hands, and maybe she shouldn't have, because that's gone through for a minor score. Distance could have been a problem. There is a slight breeze here at Learmont's Reserve. But I reckon you back yourself there, especially in a big game like this. Long kick. Bushrangers have the numbers, but the pressure from the Rebels is coming again. It's in the middle. Good pick up there from Taylor Bell. Weaves through a couple, gives to Wiedemann. She kicks to the goal square, and it's a juggling mark taken by, is the hair covering the number again, I believe. That is Scarlett Abbott. Lining up from about 15 metres out directly in front. Wastes no time. Kicks through it. And she's kicked the goal. Great bit of play from the Bushrangers. Good bit of skill from the ruck there in Wiedemann. You'll love to see some of the taller girls doing the skilled work. And she's hit a target, and Abbott's been rewarded. So dominant display from the GWV Rebels so far has them 8-7-55 leading the Bushrangers. 0 goals, 0 behinds, 4 minutes to go in the second quarter. Crowd's starting to roll in now. Great contest in the middle. It's one out. Burton crashing. Get the hands back to Mahoney. She kicks long. Ivy Roberts it was, excuse me. Off the ground is Roberts. Kicking long and high to the pocket. Sitting under it was Muller for the Bushrangers. She's been good so far under lots of pressure. And she just sees it out of bounds for a throw-in. Deep in Rebels territory here. It's a long high throw again. Fowler does well with the fist. Brings it to ground. And we'll have another ball up, I believe. No, the Bushrangers try to burst through the tackle. And they've been rewarded with a high free kick here. So a little risky, but you don't mind that at this stage of the game. Got to take it on. And speaking of take it on, that is a kick directly into the middle of the ground. Great tackle from Walker. GWV just the numbers again. They get it forward through McCosker. She kicks long to the square. It's bouncing. It will bounce through for a behind. The Bushrangers looking for any solace they can get, and they're not going to find it there. It's a sliding mark taken by the Rebels on that far wing. Once again, a bit difficult to see the number from here. We'll get onto that when we can. She's lining up. She's backing herself for the distance. Distance not a problem, but it just sails out to the right, and that'll be another behind for the Rebels. So a bit less accurate than their blitz in the first quarter, but the pressure is still absolutely everywhere. Out come the Bushrangers. High kick in the middle. That is not what you want. And that's a great mark taken by Sarah Burton. A contested bull in the helmet. Been rewarded with a mark about 25 metres out, directly in front. She lines up, professional looking run up. She kicks through the ball. It's sailed over everyone. No, it hasn't, says the goal umpire. Touch behind. A good reward for effort there from Burton. Couldn't quite put it through. Bushrangers look to go quickly to the outer side. Delia kicks along. Walker's in there again. Her attack's been ferocious. And stayed in, said the umpire. So the Rebels go back inside again. Spills out the back. And it will be another behind to the right-hand side. So after kicking 6 or 7 goals and only 2 behinds in the first quarter, they've widened out to 8 goals 11. Good leap from Hurd. Couldn't get to the ball. Wheeling around is Abby Burke. She kicks inside the 50. Hands wide. Weaving through traffic is Macy Irvin. She has a flying shot on goal. And that'll be a behind as well to the left-hand side this time. Mixing it up. 37 seconds left in the quarter. The Bushrangers will look to just stem the flow a bit, to calm it down, and to play some slower footy. So they go wide to the leg side, and that's a good mark taken by, can't quite see the number again, Reckon it might be Fowler, one of the big rocks. She kicks up the line again. Hands to it with the Rebels. Shoveled out. Oh, that was a little bit stiff, but you can see where the umpire was coming from. The shovel hands, and here's Burton again. Dribbles it off the ground, but it's hit a target. And the siren denies the Rebels. So, an inaccurate quarter from the Rebels, but still dominance in the forward line with all that pressure again. The Rebels lead 8-12-60. The Bushrangers 0-0-0 at halftime. Welcome back to Learmonth Reserve for the second half. The opening game between GWV and the Bushrangers in the Under-15 Girls Division 1. It's been a dominant performance from GWV so far. If you're just joining us, they lead 8 goals, 13-61 to the Bushrangers, yet to record a score. And they just have been dominant start to finish. There's been some bright spots for the Bushrangers. Tabitha Ingham's been fantastic with her attack of the ball. And Ashanti Walker as well, giving them a bit of a run and a bit of a spark. You would think they'd try to get the ball in her hands if they want any chance of getting some scoreboard pressure back. Up we go in the middle. Great tap down, attacking it well was Ruby Cleaver for the Rebels. Spills out to Burton. Her kick smothered. In there again is Cleaver. It is a very hot contested ball in there. Ingham again, no surprise. She gets the hands out. Here's Walker. Taps it ahead of herself. Can't quite pick it up. Good tackle, but the Rebels just too clean again. Although they're not out of trouble yet. Ball in dispute just in front of the Bushrangers forward line, and the umpire says we'll have a ball up. Up we go again. Good leap from Cleaver. Taps it out. Dealia is wrapped up straight away by Burton. She springs up ready to go. Why wouldn't you? You'd be having fun out there if you're a Rebels player. Crashing through, go the Rebels. Good tackle. Wardle tries to get a kick away. Spills a little bit. And umpire's found a free kick for holding. We'll go the way of the Rebels. Madison Wallace on the half-back line. Sees something she likes. Goes out wide. Sails over the head there. Out the back is Fowler and Ingham. They try to work it out. Can't get clean possession. And that is a push in the back paid to the Rebels. So they'll have another chance to go inside 50 here. Bit of a stutter step. Kicks towards the 50. Big fly. Neither team can get their hands on it. Spills to ground. Umpire's happy to let it run a bit. And the Rebels work it out. They're ahead of the pack. Kick into the forward line. Not quite for the Rebels. Bushrangers get a clearing kick away. And it was nearly. Good clean up from Hurd. But she's been pinned very quickly. The great tackle pressure from the Rebels again has come unstuck for the Bushrangers. And that's a great kick inside. And the Rebels will line up for another shot at goal. Wasting no time, she elects to kick to the top of the square. It hasn't quite found the target. Here's McCosker again, weaving through with those hands out of the pack. She snaps on the right, and she misses to the right again. Same story as before. She's got good hands up off the ground. You can see that excellent technique. She's tried to wheel around onto that right a couple times in similar contests. And from those 4 attempts, she's kicked 1 goal, 2 behinds, and 1 out of bounds on the full just now. Bushrangers go up the line. Big pack flies. Fighting for it at ground level. And we'll have another ball up. In comes Cleaver. Big leap again. Umpire's found a free kick against the Bushrangers. Not quite sure what that was for. Potentially nominated when she shouldn't have. Either way, it's Cleaver with a fantastic little kick in. Great spoil on the ground there from Chloe Dealia. Desperate stuff denies the Rebels a mark inside 50 and will get a ball up. Hands and knees just diving at the ball, preventing a certain mark. That's what you want to see if you're the Bushrangers coach. Here we go, ball in dispute, deep in Rebel territory. Fighting for it again was Davidson, but she's wrapped up. She's been quite good so far. In comes Wiedemann. Tap down. Bobbling ball. This is danger signs for the Bushrangers again, but they lock up well. And Rebels gain about 5 to 10 metres of territory and another ball up. Up goes Wiedemann. Tap into the middle. Comes off hands. Again, the snap can't quite make it from McCosker. But gee, she looks dangerous around those contests. So it'll be Madison Knight to take the kick out this time for the Bushrangers. She goes with a short chipping kick to Fowler. Good mark taken. Played in the ruck a bit as Fowler. Now in the back pocket. Kicks riskily into the middle. And it is chopped off by, I believe that's Burton in there. It might be Talia Vesey. Can't quite see the number again. There's a few helmets out there for the Rebels. That's a great kick. Finds Taylor Bell. And here she comes again, weaving through. Onto the right as Burton goes all the way to the goal line. And someone got a boot to that. I reckon they have. And that's a goal. They're just surging forward again to the Rebels. Too much to deal with for the Bushrangers defence. I believe that was Scarlett Abbott who's got on the end of it. But it's hard to tell sometimes with the pressure coming in thick and fast from the GWV Rebels. They have looked excellent today and get another good reward for their efforts. A little conference in the middle from the GWV midfield. What can they come up with here? Cleaver wins it down again. She's been hard to stop in the ruck. Burton out the back. Gets the hands forward. Well picked up, and the Bushrangers will take a stoppage there. Cleaver can't stop her leap so far. You'd want to think about getting into the body a bit if you're the Bushrangers rucks. Spills out to the wing. Getting hands to it, but not picking up was Heard. The Rebels kick it forward again. Leading out and wheeling around immediately is Scarlett Abbott, who kicked the last goal, and she's found a target inside 50. Ivy Roberts tucks the hair back, looks into the middle. That's a crashing pack, and probably fair enough. The umpire's found a free kick there to the Bushrangers. So giving away the free kick, but still a good bit of attack there. Mia Heard goes wide, finds a target. Bushrangers, a few leads forward to the footy. They go long up the line. Off hands, comes to ground. This is where the Rebels have been so dangerous, and that's a great gang tackle from two of the Bushrangers. And they make sure that ball's not going anywhere. Another good little passage from the Bushrangers. They're showing sparks, but they just keep getting killed in these clearances by Cleaver. She wins it down to Roberts. Kicks toward 50. Bouncing ball. Anyone's to win. Great handball out. The Rebels are away. Streaming into goal. And she's missed to the right. Missed to the left, apologies. I believe that was Anika Baker. So golden opportunity just gone begging there. After a good bit of fight from the Bushrangers. The Rebels' run was too much again. Kick out of defence in the direction of Walker. She wins it to ground. Following after it. Can't quite pick it up. And we'll have a stoppage. Yes, we will. The umpire's doing a good job so far today. Lots of heated contests and lots of great tackles cracking in from both teams. Socket out of the pack by the Bushrangers. Goes through all hands. Here's Ingham. She taps it ahead to herself, but only as far as Madison Wallace. Cleans up. The Rebels get a kick inside 50. Ball in dispute. Again, Bushrangers dump kick out, and the Rebels are just everywhere. You will not be getting it through them like that. Jada Wright might have hurt herself a little bit on that attempt. Short kick is okay to Burton. She didn't look like she was ready for it. And Ashanti Walker takes a nice mark, sliding on her knees. She looks out wide. High ball. Rebels with the numbers out the back again. Here's Evie Johnson. Wheels onto the left. Kicks in the middle. That's a dangerous ball. Cleaver did well to bring it to ground. Ashanti Walker following up for the Bushrangers. Shrugs the tackle, goes on the left. And another ball in dispute. Ahead of the footy. Cleaning up for the Bushrangers. Great tackle there from Summer McIver, and she's been rewarded. This is better signs from the Bushrangers. She gives the hands. Here's Ingham. Been everywhere so far. Long kick inside 50 to a one-on-one. Spills off hands. The Rebels just too clean again. The dump kick out. Chance for Ingham again. Here she is, bouncing off like a pinball. Great strength. Gets the kick inside. That was a good target. Can't quite get there for the Bushrangers. Scooped up out of the pack. Kick smothered. Here we go. Not quite. Saved on the line by the Rebels. And the Bushrangers are denied their best scoring chance all day with some good defending from the Rebels. Kick to the broadcast wing. And a few tackles going in there. Just left the ball behind. And it'll be a Rebels free kick, though, that they get out of danger through Ivy Roberts. She looks in the middle. Very attacking from the Rebels, which you love to see. Off hands. Following up there very nicely with Purchase. Weaves through a couple onto the left. Great kick inside. And the mark is taken by Wiedemann. She looks to play on. Gives the hands. Streaming through is Macy Irwin. And she misses to the right. It's exciting. Quick footy from the Rebels. And Irvin, after a good run, just slides it right. Can't quite finish. Bushrangers come out of defence. They've got Madison Knight in space, but the ball goes ahead of her. She follows up well with a tackle. Really good work from the Rebels forward. And she hits a target. I believe that is Scarlett Abbott there. Lining up again. In she comes. Misses right off the hands of the Bushrangers. So it'll be Matilda Fowler in defence. Short kick, very nice there to Madison Knight. She goes up the line. Streaming through. Rebels everywhere. Take the mark. Give the handball. Ah, that's beautifully done from the Rebels. And they've found Abby Wiedemann 20 metres out directly in front. So Wiedemann been pinch hitting in the ruck a bit. She's been very good today. She lines up. And she's missed to the right as well. Just can't seem to put the icing on the cake at the moment, the Rebels. Despite having the vast majority of the possession. They are now 9 goals, 18-72. Leading the Bushrangers, still scoreless. Why'd they go? Walker and Ingham fly. Off hands. Rebels at the fall of the ball. Here's Roberts. Ran into trouble and ran out of it again. Kicks to the pockets. Who's there for the Rebels? A few. Hits the ground. Strong tackles in there from both sides. And we'll get a ball up. No surprise, it's Ingham in there again for the Bushrangers. Tap down, sharking it, and having a flying shot at goal was Ivy Roberts. She was in a good position, and the contact was good, just pushed it a bit right. So 9 goals, 19-73, now to the Rebels, leading the Bushrangers still scoreless. 7 minutes to go in the third quarter. Off hands was Vesey. Good tackle pressure from the Bushrangers. But again, they have not got a lot of territory to work with here. Lovely tap out the back there from the Bushrangers. Although she is caught. Jasmine Lavis was absolutely monstered by Talia Vesey. And she'll have another shot at goal. No, she elects to kick to the hot spot. Almost hands to it with the Rebels. Bushrangers clean up nicely, but they just can't get that kick out of defence. Intercepted here by Macy Irvin. Pointing for her teammates to give her a lead. She goes long to the teeth of goal. 1 forward back there for the Rebels. Bushrangers with the numbers. Fighting really well. And we'll get another ball up. No, in fact, we'll get a free kick to the Bushrangers. Welcome sight. Short kick, can't find the target, and Burton with the intercept mark has been heavily involved so far.
She looks inboard with a beautiful kick to Wiedemann again. He lines up from a bit further out this time. Looking for a leading teammate. She goes short. Can't quite take the mark, Vesey. Off hands. Body's crushed into the ground. Snapping around the corner is number 9, Macy Irvin, with a beautiful finish there. And just a bit too much class from the Rebels again. They have another goal through Macy Irvin. So, who hasn't kicked a goal for the Rebels? Let's get them involved. 10 goals, 19, 79. Plays the Bushrangers, still scoreless with 5 minutes to play in the third quarter. Back up in the middle. Good tap down from Cleaver, but won well by Brianna Lane. High kick and a great intercept mark taken by Hannah McNeil. That's a great strong mark by Walker. She's looking the wrong way and lost control of the ball. That's very unfortunate. And given away a high free kick. Bit of a push out of frustration. And you can see why. Great little step there. And they go inside 50, the Rebels. Off hands. Sharking it is Purchase. She kicks long and high, and it's a good mark taken by Wiedemann. She'll line up again, looking to give the hands. Here is Ivy Roberts. The shot on goal. Misses to the right. So the Bushrangers, what can they conjure up? Long kick wide to the far side of the ground. Rebels at it again. Kick into the middle. Bouncing ball, anyone's to win. Wiedemann comes streaming through. Great pickup and gives the hands. Weaving through a bit more traffic. Having a shot on goal is, I reckon, that's Madison Knight doing the goalkeeping there. And she goes long and wide to the wing. Great attack on the footy there from Chloe Dahlia. But the Rebels still come away through Audrey Murnane. And Knight there to do the goalkeeping again. Well done. She looks to switch it quickly. You like to see that. Running onto it well is Wardle. She kicks to the wing. Bouncing ball, anyone's to win here. GWV with first hands to it. Great kick into the middle. You just can't stop them when they play like that. Jada Wright. Streaming through, getting a good kick in. Bounced past everyone and out the back to the Bushrangers. High and wide. A lot going on. Good hands from the Rebels. Here is Abby Burke. She is caught with a fantastic tackle. Just not been rewarded. You would be spewing if you're a Bushrangers fan. And now they finally have through Chloe Dahlia. So 2 great tackles in a row from the Bushrangers. And they look to come out this broadcast side. That kick's not going to do it. Roberts doing well to spoil. And Pitt follows up her own work. Kicks inside 50, off hands. Snap around the corner. That's not going to trouble the scorers. And a good mark taken deep in the pocket from... I don't have a number 7 on my team sheet, so we'll try and get to whoever that is in a second. Ingham's calling for it down the line. Not much movement going on, so she just goes long. Good fly there from Chloe Dahlia. Can't mark. Spills to ground. And we'll get another ball up. Up goes Cleaver. She has a fantastic leap. She's been impossible to stop all day, and that was a beautiful tap down to Evie Davidson. It's well dealt with by the Murray defence. Booming kick out here. That is almost gone to the centre line. Walker's ahead of it. Great attack. There's been some collision in the middle from 2 Rebels players. Meanwhile, their teammates clean up, and that's a great kick inside. Finds, not sure who that is, but she gets a fantastic kick in. It was Vesey there kicking to Murnane. Murnane will line up from about 35 out. Kicks in the middle and finds the target again. Macy Irvin been very active, especially in this third quarter. And she'll line up for her second goal of the quarter. In she comes, wastes no time. Kicks through it and hits the post. They cannot stop missing to that right side, the Rebels. So all players look to be all right after that big collision in the middle, which is good. Great attack on the ball from Walker, creating that pressure. But story of the day, they just can't get it forward, the Bushrangers. Speaking of, the kick is off hands. And turned over in the middle. Well done following up there by Anika Baker. She kicks long into the 50. Off hands. Great spoil there on Vesey. Sharking it again. Snapping around the corner. That's hit the post as well from Ivy Roberts. She may have celebrated just a little early as the three-quarter time siren is here to bail out the Bushrangers, who have got their hands on the hips. And rightfully so, after chasing a lot of GWV Rebels' tail in this third quarter. It's GWV Rebels leading 10 goals, 22-82 to the Bushrangers. Still yet to score. Will we see the score in the final quarter? We will find out after the break. Welcome back to Learmonth Reserve for the final quarter of the Under-15 Girls Division 1 GWV Rebels versus the Bushrangers in the VLine Community Cup. It has been a dominant display from the Rebels so far. If you're just joining us, they lead 10 goals, 22-82 to the Bushrangers still yet to score. And they are quickly out of the blocks again, looking to have some fun in the final quarter. Share the ball around. Bushrangers just be looking to do the little things well and to get on the board as well. We would love to see a Bushrangers goal before the end of this game. Best for the Rebels so far. It's a long, long list. I would say Charlotte Roberts was very good early on. Scarlett Abbott's kicked a couple. Macy Irvin, very good in that last quarter. Talia Vessi's been very active. Audrey Murnane off the halfback has won a lot of the ball for them. Sarah Burton's been cracking it everywhere. McCosker has been very good in the forward line. And Cleaver and Wiedemann in the rucks have been absolutely dominant for the Rebels, as have the rest of the side. Ball goes up in the middle. Winning it down straight away. Good bit of body there from Ingham. Wins it forward. Fantastic. Crashing through the pack was McElwain, and she kicks inside 50. Off hands. Rebels read it well. It's a high kick. It's sitting well. And unselfishly taking the mark, giving the hands, was Macy Irvin. And who's got on the end of that? We will find out in a second. Macy Irvin winning the ball down and unselfishly sharing it around. And I reckon we might see a bit more of that in this fourth quarter from the Rebels. Can't quite see who the eventual goal kicker was there, apologies. But Irvin doing a good bit of work to get it to her. The unselfish play, and the GWV girls are having fun out there. Striking poses in the middle even. Bit of a camera flash. Great tap down there from Cleaver. The Rebels are onto it again, streaming forward. Off hands. Who can get to it first? Squirted out the front of the pack. And picking up nicely there for the Rebels. It's off hands again. Ball very much in dispute. Not far out from the Rebels' goal. The Bushrangers' defence have been under the pump all day. Their tackle pressure's been quite good. But the Rebels come away again. That's a quick kick from Anika Baker, and it'll just dribble out of bounds. Dribble through the points, in fact, for a minor score. Matilda Fowler looking to clear for the Bushrangers. She's been one of the better players for the Bushrangers so far. She's a nice kick down the line to that elusive number 7, who we don't have on the team sheet. She's been quite active as well. In she goes, nice kick. Finds a target, so a couple of kicks strung together for the Bushrangers here. And they clear the 50, but there is that turnover that we've seen so many times. In go the Rebels. Well done there. Oh, you would think that is a mark, but the umpire calls play on. Rebels kick forward. Walker flies, can't take the mark. Follows up well on the ground. Kicks guys across the face. Handball back in the middle. Dodges one and puts it through. Anika Baker with her first of the day. And a deserved reward for all her effort. That was a tidy finish. Rebels having fun with it now out there. You love to see it. Maybe not if you're a Bushrangers fan, but everyone else. You love to see the girls having fun playing footy. And doing it very well, I might add. The Rebels lead 12 goals, 23 behinds, 95 to the Bushrangers yet to score. 5 minutes into the final term. Up we go in the middle again. Winning it down was Cleaver, but the Bushrangers, their first clean centre clearance of the day, and an inside 50 of that. Here we go. Great effort in there from Hurd. Mia Hurd, that is. And it's coming the way of the Rebels again. They go up towards the half-forward line. A great mark taken by Madison Wallace. She gives the handball quickly.
Bobbling ball, can't quite take it cleanly. Dodges around one, gives it back to Wallace. She loads up. The barrel can't quite sneak through. That is a minor score. Great work there from Wallace, though. A good strong mark on the half-forward line. Looked to give the hands early. Stayed in the contest. Got it back. Had a nice, powerful shot at goal that just didn't quite go through. But she's been quite good when she's had the footy today as well. Doing well there was D'Elia to get the kick away. Rebels still with the numbers at this contest. They go back inside 50. Off hands. Great tackle there from Matilda Fowler, who has been one of the best for the Murray Bushrangers. Dogged in defence all day. She wins the ruck tap down as well. And that's another crunching tackle from the Bushrangers. Whatever you can say about their performance today, the tackle pressure has been very good. And, she's just given away a free kick, perhaps for a dump kick there. And it'll be going the way of Evie Davidson. Lines up, wastes no time again, and misses to the right. Could stand to just take a bit more time with their kicks, especially off the set shots, I think, the Rebels. Having kicked 12 goals, 25 today. But hey, who am I to critique the team that's up by 97 points? Weaving around is Audrey Murnane. And that's a good mark taken by Fowler on the line. Doing some more goalkeeping. That's a great kick in the middle as well. Finds Addison Wardle. Long kick. In go the Rebels again. Squeezes the handball out to Ivy Roberts. Has a bit of a run and kicks long towards the goal square. Fowler doing very well again. Just maybe kept it in when she shouldn't have. And that will be a touch out of bounds. We'll have a ball throw in. So Fowler stood up well under a lot of pressure today. And been a real credit to her side. In goes Madison Knight into the ruck. Snap out of the pack from the Rebels. Will sail across for a minor score. So that'll make it 12 goals, 26, 98 to the Bushrangers. Still without a point on the board. And that's not going to get them any with a turnover. Wide in the forward pocket. And have a shot at goal here from the Rebels. Taking her time, like we said. And just giving the cheeky short kick. Comes off hands. It would have been very nice. But a great follow-up tackle. And she'll be rewarded. Holding the ball against Mia Hurd. Who's done well all day in the face of a lot of tackle pressure. And there's another one. GWV lining up for another shot at goal. In she goes. And she's kicked it. Fantastic set shot. Low key, one of the best ones all day. From the tight angle is the GWV small forward in the flashy boots. Can't quite see the number. We'll get that to you in a second. But that puts the Rebels into triple digits as they lead 104 points to 0. Nearing the halfway point of the last quarter here. Up goes Wiedemann. Taps it wide to the advantage of her teammates. It's a dump tackle paid against McCosker, who's been thrown into the midfield. And you'd be very wary of her tackles if you're a Bushrangers player. She's been ferocious all day. Great contest and follow-up from Tilly McElwain. And a great effort from Taylor Bell as well, giving her a shepherd there. Walker comes away with it. Gets a clearing kick. In comes the Bushrangers. They win a clearance, but only as far as Burden. Story of the game. Every time they go forward, there's someone on the halfback for the Rebels to just pump it back in. D'Elio's wrapped up, and we'll have a ball up on half forward for the Rebels. Up goes Wiedemann. Good tap. Being tackled there was Taylor Bell. Squeezes it out. Flying. Attempted a kick from McCosker. Just about got it away. GWV forward, so dangerous. And that's a fantastic tackle from Walker. She's won it back, but only as far as Madison Wallace is making her claim to be one of the best on out of many for the Rebels. With a fantastic tackle there. And just takes a breath. She goes back and delivers inside 50, but that is only as far as Brianna Lane taking the intercept mark for the Bushrangers. She goes up the line, looking for Hurd, and Hurd has taken it. Mia Hurd, that is. Mia and Sienna, I believe the sisters out there wearing number 3 and number 4. She goes wide. Lavis trying her hardest, but can't come up with it. Walker with a high kick out of the pack. Standing under it was Roberts. Couldn't take the mark. Ball in dispute here on the half-forward line for the Rebels. Umpires happy to let it go a bit today. And coming out of it was Jada Wright for the Rebels. Onto the ball now is Baker. Tried to weave through, and she's been caught. No good effort there from the Bushrangers. They go high into the middle. Sienna Weaver looking for it. Can't quite get hands to it. Follows up with a good tackle. And it took 3 Bushrangers there to stop the overwhelming attack of the GWV Rebels. Great tap there. Here comes Anika Baker. Gets the quick kick forward. Ball in dispute inside the Rebels 50. We'll have another ball up. So 9 minutes to play. The Rebels lead by 104 points. And they're looking to add more to their tally. Walker doing really well to get out the back there. Kick onto the left. Finds a target in Delia. She kicks wide. Not sure who was going to be on the end of that. And the Rebels go inside 50 again. Dribbling towards the boundary, and it'll spill over for a throw-in. The GWV defence not had a lot to do today. Just having a chat to their opponents in the back 50 as the ball's back in. It's sharked. Flying shot at goal from McCosker. And that one is a behind. So you just want to see some experimentation from the Bushrangers here. What haven't we tried? He goes a good, strong lead towards the boundary from Phoebe Guppy. Can't quite make it to her. She's followed up nicely. And ripping it away there was Audrey Murnane. Kicks to no one in particular. Travelled about 5 metres total. And doing very well there was Walker to win the footy back. Bushrangers with a bit of daylight. Lavis can't quite get it forward. Rebels everywhere, crunching tackle and holding the ball. Paid to Evie Davidson, who has been ferocious all day as well. She looks inboard. Quick hands. That could have been a push in the back from Wallace, sorry. Won't be paid. Squirting kick out from the Bushrangers. Bit of a panic handball there. Walker's crashing in. And her commitment today has been impressive, along with Tabitha Ingham. Probably 2 of the best on for mine out of the Bushrangers so far. Kick up the line only as far as McElwain, who's been very good when she's had the footy. She kicks to the hot spot. It's a fantastic mark taken by Evie Davidson, getting involved late on in this game. And she lines up 25 out directly in front. Stuttering run up. She kicks it, sprayed right. Stays in bounds momentarily, but it's over the ground and purchased nicely on somebody's windshield there. There'll be a nice Sharon print on that for the drive home. No damage, though. Always a risk parking behind the goals. Here we go. Ball back into the middle. Rebels all over it. Good left foot snap. Will sail wide from Purchase. 13 goals, 28 points, 106. The Rebels lead the Murray Bushrangers. 0 goals, 0 points, 0 total, and that kick will dribble out of bounds. It's been a tough day for the Bushrangers, but still some shining lights in there. Up we go with these enormous high throw-ins from the boundary umpires today. Doing a good job. Wide picking it up there was Dunham for the Bushrangers, and she's tackled. We'll have a ball up. Good tap down there from the Bushrangers. Ball has been stuck in this pocket for a couple of minutes now. Well picked up there from the Rebels. Coming in from the side was Murnane. Can't get clean hands to it. Bushrangers have the numbers. Very well done there from Chloe Delia. Kicks wide, looking for Lavis. Ball has just bounced the wrong way for her, like it has seemed to all day. And picking up nicely, snapping out of the pack, was Tilly McElwain. How about that for a goal? Well, it was just looking like no one could get clean hands to the footy. She snatched it up off the ground, threw it onto the boot, and it sailed through beautifully. Great reward for her. She's been fantastic today as well. The GWV girls excited for her, which you love to see. 14-28, 112. The GWV Rebels lead by triple digits. The Bushrangers still yet to score. 4 minutes. Can we get a score for the Bushrangers? Up in the middle. One down. Lavis tries to crush through. Too many Rebels in the way. Ingham's in there again. It's one well. The Rebels get it forward. Here's Wallace. Running onto it beautifully. She has been taken in a tackle without the ball. She'll receive the free kick. I've been impressed with her ball use. That's a long kick to a target in Vesey. Can't take the mark. Walker cleans up nicely. She's been cleaned up by Vesey there. The ball spills out in dispute. Here's Wallace again, weaving through the pack, getting the hands. And back to Vesey, who has missed. And Shanti Walker is down. Just on the half-back line. We hope she's okay. Getting to her feet now as the Bushrangers go wide through number 7, who is still not on my team sheet. But she's been very good so far, so we can find out who she is. We'll give her a pat on the back after the game. 2 minutes to play. Bushrangers yet to score. One of their star players, Ashanti Walker, just being seen to by the physios here. And we'll have the ball up in Rebels territory again. Tap forward by Wallace. Quick snap out of the pack. Is that another goal? I reckon it is. No. Yes, it is. Sorry, what was I talking about? Great goal from Lara Purchase on the left foot there. And she gets on the board with a few minutes to go in the game. Walker seems to be doing all right, just being slowly taken to the bench by the Bushrangers team. She's been fantastic today. Unlucky to not have reward for her efforts. Up we go. Cleaver crashing in all day. She does not stop. And speaking of crashing in, here's McCosker. Working it forward. The Rebels just streaming. And that is a beautiful kick from Taylor Bell. Running in and kicking the goal. We'll get the number in a second as well, but just liquid football
from the GWV Rebels as they add another one to their tally. Now that the Bushrangers' legs are tired from chasing all day, they can get some uncontested footy and really have some fun with it, the Rebels. 1 minute to play in the opener of the VLine Community Cup. The Rebels lead 125-0. 40 seconds for the Bushrangers to register a score. Can they do it? Can we see something? Let's have some run out of the middle from Ingram. What can we do? The Bushrangers. Up goes Madeline Price. Good tap down. GWV. Clean hands to it. Good tackle pressure from the Bushrangers. But coming away and breaking ankles is Jada Wright. She kicks up the line. Rebels first hands to it. They go inside 50 again. Will we get one more goal before the day's out? I reckon we will. That's a great mark taken. And with the siren about to go, we'll have the last shot of the game. The Rebels will not register a score, but they won't be too worried about that. A dominant win from the Greater Western Victoria Rebels. 16 goals, 29 behinds, 125 to the Bushrangers. Scoreless all day. Toiling hard, but just outclassed by the fantastic talent of the GWV Rebels. Thought best on. There's going to be a lot of names to read out here, but Charlotte Roberts was great early on in the forward line with lots of pressure. Tilly McAlane thought a bit unsung and got her fantastic goal at the end. Macy Irvin was presenting all day. Jada Wright, Abby Burke, Talia Vest, Audrey Murnane off the halfback. Evie Davidson and Sarah Burden in the helmets were absolute bulls. Had the Bushrangers looking over their shoulders all day. Ivy Roberts and Anika Baker were everywhere. McCosker had great pressure, couldn't quite get, I was going to say the scoreboard reward. I'm sure she got on the scoreboard a fair bit, but I believe she only kicked one goal. Maybe on goal for, but her pressure was everywhere. And hands off the ground I thought were really strong. Ruby Cleaver in the ruck absolutely dominated all day. You'd love to see her with the big leap and the knee up and provide great service to the mids for the GWV Rebels. Abby Wiedemann was good. Madison Wallace showing great skill and agility for a tall player all day, and might have got a goal in the end, I'm not quite sure, but certainly a very skillful and showy player. For the Murray Bushrangers, I thought Mia Hurd was in there all day. Tabitha Ingham, especially early on, was a great midfield presence, using her body really well and doing the hard work on a hard day for the Bushrangers. Ashanti Walker, who unfortunately went off with hopefully a not too serious injury towards the end of the game, just provided fantastic run all game. Really one of the few sparks for the Bushrangers was her run off halfback and through the middle. Phoebe Guppy did some good things, I thought. Addison Wardle, Matilda Fowler, the goalkeeper all day, was fantastic in defence, as was Madison Knight. Chloe D'Alia was very good, and Tamika Muller as well for the Bushrangers. So tough day, but they'll stick around, watch the boys in Division 2 and Division 1, and have plenty to take out from this exciting game of VLine Community Cup footy. The GWV Rebels with a 125-point win over the Bushrangers in the first game today.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. If you could please put your hands together for both teams and the umpires who have today kicked off the 2024 VLine Cup. We've now got a couple of presentations to recognise the best on grounds. I now call on the coach of the Goulburn Murray team, Sam Herron, to present her best on ground and say a few words. And I'd just like to thank Sean Harper, the Regional Manager for VLine, for helping us with today's presentation. We've now called on Tyson Matuzak to assist in the presentation of the best on ground for the GWV Rebels. And I call on the coach, Kalani Jennings, to make the presentation.
I'd just like to say thank you to Vic AFL and also VLine for today. It's a fantastic turnout. To the Bushrangers, great job girls, you really fit in there, so good job. To my girls, fantastic effort today, really good. And our best on today goes to all GWV.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the presentation. Thank you very much and good luck for the games tomorrow. Thank you.
Just about there. Yep. And then we
Bushrangers. I'd like to welcome Paul Blackman and Tyson Matuzak from VLine to today's presentation. I'd also like to make an acknowledgement to country and acknowledge the traditional owners of our land in which we meet and train, play and pay our respects to elders, past, present. We acknowledge we play a great game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and contribution to the game of Australian rules football. I'd also like everyone to put their hands together and acknowledge the players, coaches and volunteers who are making today's game possible, and also acknowledge our umpires. I now ask the two captains to come forward for the toss of the coin, and we'll get Paul Blackman from VLine to do that for us, if we could. Thank you very much. I'll now get the umpires to split and shake the hands of each of the participants, please. Thank you very much and have a great day. Thank you.
We're set to go here. Into clash between GWV Rebels and the Goulburn Murray Bushrangers. See, game one in the girls went the way of the Rebels quite comprehensively, so the Bushrangers will be looking to respond. Weather is pretty nice out here at Learmonth Reserve. Not much of a breeze to speak of. Cloud cover fairly strong. We might get a little bit of rain as the day wears on, but all players are in position now and the umpires are ready to get us underway. Fairly good crowd packed in as well. Everyone keen to get involved with the carnival. Always nice. And players, I'm sure, quite eager to get underway. We're supposed to kick off at midday, so the players are already in position 3 minutes early, so we'll see if the umpires do make them wait or if we are happy to get this game rolling. Yeah, so as expected, the players are starting to huddle back up. They were super keen to get out there as you would be. Bit of nervous energy, but we'll now probably huddle up and talk about some tactics for an extra minute or two. Of course, this is day one of the VLine Community Cup. Falls on grand final week for the AFL, which is nice for everyone to be able to get out here early in the week and play football. Of course, normally not played until the weekends. Certainly a nice way to start your week. It's kicking the red Sharon around as we get the air raid siren going off. The players now breaking back into the huddle, so we should be just about to get going. It's the Rebels versus the Bushrangers. Division 2 clash, of course, will be following quickly on afterwards for the Division 1 clash between the same sides at just around 2 p.m. So good afternoon of football ahead. The umpires have faked me out here again. We're still loitering a little bit. I'm doing as much as I can here to pad the time, but hopefully the players haven't cooled down by the time we get this game rolling. Still looks like we might have 2 minutes to go here, so. Secondary siren. Still not much movement. Pretty open forward lines so far, particularly for the Rebels. Plenty of space for their two deepest forwards at the minute. Yeah, just about ready to kick off, although I have said that 3 times so far, so I'll keep my powder dry this time. As I mentioned, though, a really strong crowd down for the girls and both the boys' games, so very good atmosphere, country football at its finest. In the ground overlooking the lake, which of course is a fantastic backdrop as well. The 2 ruckmen from either sides. Looks like we'll have Toby Lucas for the Bushrangers. There we go. So this time we will get this game rolling. Bushrangers versus the Rebels. In the ruck there for the Rebels, it was Jack Lee who couldn't quite win the hit out. Tackle straight away. Not much to speak of so far. Again, Lucas and Lee will go up in the ruck against one another. Lee managed to farm out a handball. Looks like it's going to go the way of the Rebels this time. Lee got involved in the follow-up chain. It's going to go inside 50 now towards Mackay Steele. Trying to pick it up at ground level. Did well to handball it off. The Rebels are going to get a good shot here going inside forward 50. Goes right towards deep in goals. Couldn't be marked there by Tyson Walsh. Bushrangers pretty happy to just escort that one over the boundary line. First score of the afternoon goes the way of the Rebels. So they're not going to waste any time here, the Bushrangers, and that kick's going to be cut off and inside towards goal. This time it was Iredell. Unfortunately for him, dropped short. And again, the Bushrangers under a little bit of pressure will try and get this out towards half-back. A few peroxide blonde hairdos going around, as is the trend these days. Isaiah Benson for the Bushrangers, happy to escort that one over the boundary line. So, has been all the Rebels so far. Bushrangers yet to really lay much of a finger on the ball. As I said, we are at Learmonth Reserve here midday on a Monday. Fantastic exhibition of football. So at ground level, it is the Bushrangers who attempt to get a clearance there. Was through the ruckman, Toby Lucas, but he was held up. So he won't be moving the football further away. So Lee's got a good advantage in the ruck there and shows it by clearly winning the hit out. Ball does look a little bit dewy at ground level. The Bushrangers get a quick hack towards the boundary line. A few fake appeals for insufficient intent, but the umpire says they'll ball it in front of the fans. So again, plenty of space out on this ground over the back here if either team wants to use it. It does get over the ruckman, but only as far as... Oh, geez, that was a extremely high tackle. You can hear from the crowd they were fairly up in arms. And here is another one of the peroxide blondes. This is Archie Daniel. Going to go short. It's a nice little chipping ball. Just 15 went to Saxon. He's got another option out wide. It's a good kick, an easy marker here right in front of my broadcast position to Toby Lucas, the ruckman. Tries to dart one up towards half forward. Not going to be able to be marked by Duffy. Again, the Bushrangers under siege here. And the Rebels are going to try and link this through the middle of the ground. The ruckman was caught, Jack Lee. A good, strong tackle laid there by the Rebels to halt that forward progress. It was Jimmy Stevens this time. So up in the ruck goes Lee. Continues to win the hit-outs at will. Hack kick up towards the wing is going to be marked by the Rebels. Oliver Turner takes a nice uncontested mark. Umpires blowing a secondary whistle. We will have a 50 and the crowd loved it. Not sure what it was for. Might have been encroaching on the protected area. And it'll be Oliver Turner who gets a chance to open the scoring. Mind you, it'll take his best from just about 45 metres out. He's going to throw the grass up in the air like Matthew Lloyd of years gone by. Starts his approach. So the Rebels already got the first win of the day in the girls. Turner starts it right, bending back nicely. Sneaks it home. First blood goes the way of the Rebels. They lead at 1-1-7. No score for the Bushrangers so far. And a nice goal by Turner, albeit fortuitously drawing the 50-metre penalty, but have to put it on the scoreboard and extract full reward, and he did just that. So good start from the Rebels. Again, they've had a few inside 50 so far. And the Bushrangers just haven't got going so far. And the scoreboard clock doesn't seem to be working, if I'm reading that correctly, but I'd say we've gone about 5 minutes. So again, it's Lee and Lucas in the ruck. This is going to come out towards the wing. Good chance now here for the Bushrangers through Wilson. Went up towards half forward. Good kick. Playing in front there was Levi Duffy in the fluoro pink boots. That is a very fast set of wheels. Reminds me of Kyle Reimers back in the day for the Bombers. And he will go back and back himself from just about 40 metres out, so it's going to take a fairly decent kick from the young man. And Duffy loses confidence, and he will take this shot on. Stuttering approach. Struck it okay. It's a little bit of a helicopter. There's a big pack at the drop of the ball. Off hands through for a minor score, but the first for the Bushrangers. It's 1-1-7. The Rebels lead. The Bushrangers one behind. Scoreboard's still broken, so that's not doing much for me, but gone just over 5 minutes. Now the Rebels are out here on the broadcast side. It's Button. Fantastic surname, Button. Uncontested mark, and he'll kick it up towards lands just in front of him. Half volley, couldn't pick it up. That was Tyson Walsh, but again, the Rebels just finding a way to surge it forward. Good handball there by Henderson. And again, it lands with Tyson Walsh, who goes up towards half forward. Bushrangers did a good job there to just send that back the other way, but Bailey Clark floats across and rips one into the corridor. Came off hands. It was Nguena who couldn't take the mark, but fell fortuitously for Jimmy Stevens. His ball inside forward 50 lands in the hands of Mackay Steele around the corner, and he has kicked a goal. I couldn't tell, nobody in the crowd could tell, but it's a fantastic goal from Mackay Steele. Around the body, right into the pocket, James Hurdstyle. Not easy to do that. Another goal goes the way of the Rebels. They've got the first two of the afternoon. Doing some good work off half-back transfer of the ball, and their forward line looks dangerous. So they've certainly fired the first shot, the Rebels. And of course, the Bushrangers normally described as the ones shooting the bullets, but the Rebels are on top early. It's about 7 minutes gone here at Learmonth Reserve. And they're going to need to respond now if they want to stay in touch here, the Bushrangers. Again, a huge hit out. Going to go and land with Liam Soffro. Tried to feed it back to a teammate off halfback. Not quite going to come off. Struggling to pick it up was Jimmy Stevens. As I mentioned, the ball does appear to be a little slippery at ground level. Again, out towards the far side wing. Mark's going to be cut off by William Hobbs. I'm assuming he's one of the Hobbs brothers, William and Hudson, but that is just an educated guess for now. So across the right half forward, probably about 6 or 7 players from both sides over there, so a bit of congestion. Umpire chose not to pay the high tackle free kick, and we'll have a ball up just on the 50-metre arc. As I mentioned, all the play with the Rebels so far. Bushrangers haven't quite got their game going as of yet. So into the corridor, and Nguena couldn't quite pick it up. Gets a second chance now. Looking to feed it out. Decides to hold on to it. Does spill out now. Mackay Steele's going to just pop it up to the top of the goal square. Man in front's got a great position. Really unlucky not to mark that Tyson Walsh. He had a fair bit of it. Ball comes out now towards left half forward. The Bushrangers probably outnumbered here. That was a throw. Umpire is going to see it. So Mackay Steele just trying to manufacture something there when probably just a little bit too difficult, and the Bushrangers get some much-needed relief. Good mark taken by the big ruckman. Kicks it up towards half forward. It's going to skid underneath both the players who came out to meet it. Losing his feet, the footing there was Brodie Pratt. Wrapped up in a tackle, and we will have a stoppage right half forward for the Bushrangers. First real opportunity to put some pressure on the Rebels. In the ruck goes Lucas. Won it down. Came towards, I think that was Ethan Saxon. Lucas again using his big frame. Rebels are the ones who's going to win the football out. It's only going to go as far as Cody Hooper. He's going to turn it over though. Nice bit of work in there by the Bushrangers. It's a snap kick towards the forward pocket. It's going to land just inside the field of play and stay in. Feeding it back now to Sofra. Sofra's going to put it to the top of the square. In fact, no, he's going to have a crack, and Banana is just offline. But I like the exuberance. Have a shot. Don't die wondering. It's not going to be a major, but it is going to be another behind for the Bushrangers. Scoreboard still malfunctioning. 2-1-13 leads just the two behinds. Great big mark taken there by Harry Pollock. Came from about 2 or 3 deep and absolutely clunked it. Serious juke that. Kicks up towards the wing. It's a 2-on-1 the way of the Bushrangers, but Riley Cook had other ideas. He's going to get a chance here to get a handball away. Oh, a strong tackle. Really strong tackle. These boys are... That was Brodie Maxichev. That was a really strong blow. So kudos to him for the defensive effort. A couple of interchanges go on here. Ball's going to spill out the back of this stoppage. Handballing it forward was Iredell. Nguana couldn't quite get it. Now the Bushrangers are going to slingshot off half back. They've got men out on the wing. This is Toby Lucas again in the blue boots. A little bit of a helicopter up forward, but doesn't necessarily matter. This is in a dangerous position now. Trapped immediately. Good bit of work there. Again by Levi Duffy. Couldn't quite put it all together. Nguana met in the tackle, but geez, the Rebels are out here if they can use it nicely. Plenty of space in the middle of the ground. Almost an intercept mark to the Bushrangers. Nice bit of basketball work there by Solzak. Sliding in on top of it was Brodie Maxichev. But it is going to fall the way of the Rebels. Genuine one-on-one inside forward 50, but reading the play better was the Bushrangers defender. And they will repel that attack. Kick out towards the wing, right in front of the broadcast position. Tries to slap it off his opposing player's knees. Umpire doesn't call it out in the full, and we'll have another ball in. So 8.5 left in this first quarter. Rebels doing all of the hunting. But the Bushrangers find themselves within touching distance. So this time in the ruck it was Benson and Hobbs. Umpire's going to pull a throw out here, and it will go the way of the Bushrangers. Umpire's going to say, you were the right person to take the kick. It's going to be Isaac Hopkins, going to have his first proper involvement of the day. Of course, all of these boys have been selected as the better players around the state, so quality on show here today, no doubt. Bailey Clark, he's got his head in the trough already, tries to lay a tackle, couldn't quite get his hands on it. Got a big contest up here at half back, flying through there like, I think that might have been Noel Previtt. Nguana getting involved early in transition, and Hobbs is going to kick it up towards half forward. It's going to be turned straight back over though. Some good work at half back by Solzak. And the Bushrangers try and land a couple of blows before quarter time. This kicked a little bit dangerous, but when you've got the big fella, Toby Lucas, why not? He rolls and distributes nicely for a bigger boy. Going to play on immediately here is Sofra. Got a push in the back after he kicked it. Umpire was blindsided. Duffy slipped when he could have grabbed it. Rebels get numbers back. Good handball there from Oscar Henderson, and now they're going to try and go straight end to end, and they've certainly got the numbers to do so. kick up towards the forward 50. Sofra tries to chop it off. Bushrangers link with hand. It's a nice bit of work there to get it to Gus Byrne. Gussie Byrne finds a teammate further afield in Maskachev. And just going to slow the play up, I would suspect. All right, moves it up towards the wing. Cody Hooper. This time goes in search of a teammate, but kicked it towards a 2-on-1. Nice intercept mark there by Jimmy Stevens. Diving mark taken at third slip by Bailey Clark. Going to dish off the handball, not his finest, but enough time for them to make amends. He's going to go in there and win it back himself, so a nice second effort. Rebels have numbers at half forward. They've got the overlap run. Handball was dropped and run down. Brody Maxachev. He's had a couple of involvements in the last 5 minutes. Just stalked his prey like a velociraptor, and he just hunted him down, and now he's going to distribute into the middle of the ground. It was a good kick towards Isaiah Benson. Couldn't quite mark it, but they had numbers at ground level. Hack kicked up towards the middle of the ground. Mark was taken by Lucas, and nice searching ball inside forward 50 is going to get the Bushrangers their first real set shot on goal. It's Eamon Hyde. Irish sounding name. Not sure if he is of Irish descent, but we'll go back from about 35 out directly in front. Much needed goal coming up here for the Bushrangers if you can kick truly. So he comes in, struck it okay, might have just come off the instep a little bit, so drifts across the face of goal. So the Bushrangers yet to score, but have had a couple of opportunities. So 2-1-13 leads, 3 behinds, 5.5 minutes left in this first quarter. So playing on from fullback for the Rebels. It's going to dribble over the boundary line at right half back, and we'll have a throw in. Umpire's getting a drink of water from the runner in the middle of the ground, which is good to see. Of course, these umpires as well have been selected to umpire today due to their strong performance. So, very well umpired game so far. Bailey Clark involved in a lot of what's going on in the middle. That looked like a throw. We've had a couple of throws paid. And should slingshot here and take the advantage. Take a bounce, son. Oh, no. Bounce didn't come back to him, but he had time to clean it up. Chiseling ball inside forward 50. He's just overshot it. It was the right kick. Toby Lucas is not afraid to use his body. Look at that. He said, get off me, and kicked it towards the goals. Is it going to get over the back? It's not, but really strong young fella is Toby Lucas. Again, it's just a minor score for the Bushrangers, though, so 2-1-13 leads, 4 behinds. We are well into time on, 4 minutes left in the first quarter. So nice ball out from fullback. And the Rebels use it really well on that far side. Maintain possession there. Almost outside their defensive 50 now and kicking up towards the wing. Position 1A was Jimmy Bleckich. Did well to hang on there. And he's going to send it back from where it came. Nice spoil came from Oscar Henderson. It is the Bushrangers who are going to win it. Deep inside forward 50 they go, but it's cut off once again by the Rebels. Struggling to find out the name here. It's not on the team sheet, so we'll find that for you. Toby Lucas again. He's got to get rid of it here. He's in trouble. Umpire let him get away with it. And now the advantage goes for the Rebels. Good kick up towards half forward. That time it was Lenny Weir. Look at this work from Mac. What he got so far. Tries to set this one up. Teammate Oliver Turner's also already hit the scoreboard. It's going to just elude him and go out of bounds deep inside the left forward pocket for the Rebels. Nice bit of work there from Mackay Steele. When he gets the ball, good things seem to happen. Reminds me a bit of Robin Nahas from AFL level away. He zips around at half forward. So in the ruck, there we go. It was Isaiah Benson. Bushrangers should be able to negotiate this, although Jet Darcy swooped in. Had a shot on goal. It's a brilliant bit of work by the Jet. Jet Darcy gets his first major. It was a good piece of work. As I said, just swooped in and put his name on the ball. And he gets full reward for that. So 3 goals go the way of the Rebels in the first quarter. They've certainly had better of the plate. And Jet Darcy gets his name on the score sheet. So as we mentioned, play's been even in terms of general play, but when the ball goes inside forward 50, the Rebels seem to have a few weapons that are certainly making the Bushrangers pay. Up in the ruck, it's a big fly. I think that might have been Harry Pollock, but streaming out of the stoppage come the Rebels. He got out the front of it, deep inside forward 50, just trying to grab it there as it crossed the behind line was Riley Iredell, couldn't quite tame the football, and it's just going to be a behind. So 3-2-20 leads 0-4-4. Nice work out of half-back. Get it into the hands of Isaac Hopkins. He's got a man further afield. It's a good kick. Oliver Wilson marks in front of Nguyen. Kick comes right in front of us here. Unfortunately, it's just a bit wayward in the search of Toby Lucas, so it goes out of bounds on the full, and Hayden Polak will try and get it back inside forward 50 before the quarter ends. Does it nicely, roved by Lenny Weir up towards goal. Shot is wayward, out of bounds on the full, so won't trouble the scorers. But again, the Rebels just showing their ability to get shots on goal when they take it inside forward 50. As I said, overcast day, weather not doing a whole lot for the game at the moment, as the kick out of fullback is not going to hit a target. We'll have a throw in. We've got 51 seconds left, so barring some pretty slick bit of ball movement from the Bushrangers, you would say the Rebels are the only ones in the scoring position here. And here we go. They're going to prove me wrong, aren't they? Come out of the stoppage go the Bushrangers. Up towards the interchange bench is just going to elude the target in Ethan Saxon. So it's 30 seconds now left, and basically in neutral territory right here in front of all the fans. So tossed in. Geez, that's got a lot of air on it. Very nice throw in from the boundary umpire. Bushrangers try to get a quick clearance kick, but it's chopped off straight away by Polak. Polak kicks it up towards half forward. Nice bit of work position-wise from Cole Parker. Couldn't quite hold on to the mark, and now the Rebels get a chance through Tyson Walsh. Lowers his eyes. Probably wasn't the right option. Went for Mackay Steele, but the siren beat them. So a good quarter there from the Rebels. They lead at 3-2-20 to the Bushrangers. Just the 4 behind. So a 16-point margin is where it stands at quarter time. Goals to Mackay Steele, Jet Darcy and Oliver Turner. They've all got 1 apiece. And a couple of shots on goal from Levi Duffy for the Bushrangers, but no goals as of yet. So an enthralling first quarter here at Learmonth Reserve. It is the Rebels that lead it by 16 points as players go into the huddle and the Div 1 boys come out and start getting the legs ticking over for the game that'll come after this. So that is the state of play at quarter time. We'll be back for the second quarter. It is the Rebels that lead it 3-2-20 to the Bushrangers 4 behinds. Okay, welcome back to the second quarter of the Division 2 clash for the VLine Community Cup between GWV Rebels and the Murray Bushrangers. So it was the Rebels who did most of the scoring in the first quarter. Of course, 5 scoring shots to 4, but it was the Rebels that managed to score goals. So they led it by 16 points. In the ruck again was Jack Lee, fairly dominant in terms of size. And Grainer couldn't quite grab it. And it's going to be Lucas again, who really is getting mobile from stoppage. Cut off at half-back. He went in search of Levi Duffy, but couldn't quite take the mark. Kick up towards the wing is going to be spoiled over the boundary line. Oscar Henderson looking to get involved, but couldn't get his hands on it before it went over the line. So we'll have a ball in. Neutral territory. Whacking it forward are the Rebels, and Henderson's going to break a tackle, or should I say Bailey Clark, and send it inside forward 50. Leaping up to grab it. Believe that was Hudson Hobbs. Couldn't quite mark, and Gwayner's going to dribble it back inside forward 50. Hobbs tried to lay a tackle, but negotiated it well was Cole Parker, and now Toby Lucas is going to send his side inside forward 50. Duffy couldn't mark, taps it onto a teammate, gets it over towards Isaiah Benson. Sockers it off the ground inside the forward pocket. The Rebels are going to try and bring this back into the middle, which is dangerous, but might work and does. So the short ball at halfback is Jimmy Stevens. Nice transfer of play this by the Rebels. Going to switch it out towards the broadcast wing. Bailey Clark it was, who tries to hit up a teammate now right in front of us. It's a good double grab mark there. Riley Iredell stuck the Dukes out and took a nice grab. Again, this is an almost uncontested mark taken by Riley Cook. Got a teammate running past him. Bailey Clark for the handball, doesn't give it. Now puts it up towards the centre of the inside 50, and a really strong mark there by Hudson Hobbs. Floated in front of the pack and took it on the first grab. So probably about 40 metres out, 45-degree angle, and had no thoughts about passing it, so certainly backs himself. So the left footer gets underneath it. It's going to travel up towards the goal square, and a huge mark right in front of the goals. It's going to be taken by the Rebels, and I believe it's Jimmy Stevens who's come down with it. In fact, it is Oliver Turner who's going to get his second major of the afternoon. So a really strong contested mark there taken by Turner. Felt like they were outnumbered at that contest, but he was the one who found front position and ended up with the football. So, again, the Rebels strike first in this second quarter. After the Bushrangers initially looked threatening, but it was a nice bit of play from the Rebels. They managed to play with a bit of dare off half-back and switch the ball out towards the wing, and it all built up very nicely. So, good exhibition of football here so far by the Rebels. They'll be happy with their position in this game. Again, it's Lucas playing a bit of a lone hand in there for the Bushrangers. Nice bit of body work there. Couldn't quite complete his work was Nate Warren. Nice fend off, though. Happy to get involved with a second effort. Picking it up towards half forward was Cody Hooper. Coming onto it was Eamon Hyde. Snap around the corner. Kind of hit the belly of the ball, so it's not going to swing back. And again, the Rebels are happy to keep it in and run away with it. So this time it was Luke Miller. Got up towards Nguyen. Slippery ball, hard to mark. Not going to matter, though. Oscar Henderson, who's been very well performed so far, finds his teammate in Lenny Weir. So Lenny goes forward of the ball. He's going to try and swing it back through the corridor, but it's that man again, Toby Lucas, will chop it off. His kick was smothered. Duffy couldn't get it on the first grab. They're going to negotiate it nicely, though, the Bushrangers. It's Archie Daniel. Swings the ball out towards a teammate on the wing. They go looking for a target. Eamon Hyde it was. And Nguyen is going to mark this almost uncontested and just slow things down for the Rebels. So now up towards true centre wing. A couple of players competing for the same ball there. Lenny Weir's at ground level. Strong tackle initially it was there by the Bushrangers, but the Rebels are going to find a way to break through it. Handball forward was fraught with danger. Chopped off rummaging around there, both sides, and we'll just call it even and ball it in. True centre wing position on the far side of the ground. Both teams pushing high up the ground. In particular, the Rebels have basically no one inside their forward 50. So umpire blows the whistle. It's going to be a ruck infringement. Interesting battle between Lucas and Jack Lee so far. Lucas certainly getting the better of him around the ground. So slipping over there for the Bushrangers was Liam Sofra. Shot towards goal is okay. Drifting across the face of goal. Gives both players a chance though. Handball came out, but only as far as a Rebels player, and they're going to just whack this as far as they can outside of their defensive 50. Bushrangers first to the ball. It was a nice bit of work to get it back to Lucas. Looked like he was slung without the football. Umpire saw it as well, so finding plenty of the ball is Lucas. It's a nice kick up towards half forward, just overshot his teammate. He was looking for Cody Hooper, who unfortunately couldn't quite reel it in. Weaving was Nate Warren at ground level. Might have got one for in the back, and he does. So about 45 from home. Switches it inboard. It's just going to land on the ground in front of his teammate. That was Ethan Saxon. Hack towards goal came from the boot of Isaiah Benson, but it's going to be stopped on the goal line, and now the Rebels will do what they've been doing nicely, and that is switch the ball across the field from their defensive 50. So Bailey Clark has it now. It's a 3-on-2 here for the Rebels if they can win it. Bushrangers do well to hold it up. He'll be happy with a stoppage here, will Jack Hudson. Had to deal with an outnumber and did a very good job. So 13.5 minutes remaining in this second quarter. Lucas goes up, Hobbs as well for the Rebels. It's a nice handball into the corridor. Strong tackle laid there by the Bushrangers. It's a great bit of work there by Archie Daniel. Looks a bit sore, worse for wear, so he's just going to come towards the bench. So a little bit of physicality creeping into the game. Coming off the bench here, but nice work is Bailey Clark. His kick probably would have wanted that one back, but may not matter. Harry Pollock tracking the ball inside forward 50. Got it to Mackay Steele and drew contact, and will have a shot on goal in the right forward pocket. So chance for his second. Of course, Oliver Turner also registered his second of the day earlier in this quarter. Not the easiest of kicks coming up here for Mackay Steele, but seems pretty nifty around goals. How's the young man? So he's going to elect to kick it as a drop punt. Leans back on it. It's going to go across the face of goal. They've got numbers there anyway, the Rebels. Mark not paid as car alarm goes off, and I'm sure everyone else would want to get that off. Still inside forward 50 for the Rebels. Bushrangers are going to try work this out with hands. They do nicely to get it in the hands of Riley Thompson. He's going to go corridor. Runner has to get out of the way, and lucky he did because Toby Lucas takes another mark. He's got a player out here if he wants to switch it, and he does. Oliver Wilson marks and plays on immediately. Up towards the 50-metre arc. His kick wasn't great, but it's not going to matter because Ethan Saxon's got a chance to get the first goal for the Bushies. Unfortunately, hooks it to the near side, so they're still searching for their first goal of the day. Unfortunately, the Bushrangers as a whole are still searching for their first goal of the game, but certainly managed to work their way into this contest. So all players are basically huddling over onto this near side wing. Kick out of fullback is a good one. Jet Darcy already has a goal to his name, and nice little kick up towards Oscar Henderson. Henderson goes for Nguena, who takes a chest mark right on the boundary line. Did well to keep it in play. So Darnell Nguena kicks it up towards the wing. It's going to be chopped off. Intercept mark goes the way of Nate Warren. Lowers his eyes and finds Duffy. Levi Duffy leans back. He's got a man in the pocket if he can find him, and he does. So it's a good mark by Ethan Saxon. Again, probably going to test his distance here. Relatively tough shot from the left forward pocket. But as we've seen so far today, everyone's pretty comfortable having a crack at least, which is always good. Try and kick the goal if you can. So Ethan Saxon struck it okay, but again, probably searching for a little bit of distance, and he as a lot of footballers do, hooks it to the left. So no score there for the Rebels. Oh, sorry, should I say the Bushrangers. So they're still goalless, but pressing certainly at this point in the contest. Up the middle go the Rebels. They have manufactured an outnumber, so mark was dropped there by Lenny Weir. Doesn't really matter. He manages to just knock it in the Rebels' direction. Toby Lucas lays a strong tackle. Probably been the best performed player of the day so far. And we'll have a ball up, 75 from the Bushrangers goal. So the hit out was won easily by the Rebels. Fell into the lap of Jet Darcy. Kicked it up towards Steele. Steele lays a good tackle at half forward. I think both players probably happy to hold the play up. As the ruckmen make their way to the contest. Nice bit of ruck work there from the Rebels. Comes down to ground level. Shot on goal from directly in front. Came from, looks like it was Jet Darcy. Chance for his second, but couldn't quite get it done. But a nice bit of ruck work there from Jimmy Stevens to get it into the hands of his teammate. It's another behind for the Rebels. They're 4-3-27, leading the Bushrangers zip 5. So this time the Bushrangers elect to go quickly. 2-on-1 on the far side. Brody Maxachev was the target of the kick, but couldn't quite haul it in. 8 minutes 40 remaining in this second quarter. Crowd really nice here on this Monday afternoon out here at Learmonth. So whacking it out of the ruck there was Isaiah Benson. Genuine 2-on-2 here inside forward 50. The Rebels have numbers though. Unfortunately for them, Harry Pollock just couldn't quite hold on to the handball in the lead-up. A few players slipping over in the middle of the ground. It is going to fall for the Bushrangers. Nice bit of work there. Oh, they've run into each other, unfortunately. It was Ethan Saxon who had a chance, but now the Rebels are going to slingshot it up the other way. So on the far side wing, little chipping balls are beauty. They've got numbers everywhere here, the Rebels, if they go quickly. Oscar Henderson looking for a target inside forward 50. He's got one. Running onto the goals. They may not even bother kicking it. It has just gone through for a minor score. So Rebels have turned up the pressure here in the last 5 or so minutes. It's 4-4-28, leads zip 5-5. 7 minutes 40 remaining in this second quarter. Mike O'Leith got a teammate out here. Unfortunately for the Bushrangers, it's going to be a 2-on-1. Huge fly over the top there. Archie Daniel did a good job just to bring that to ground, and the Bushrangers are basically going to kick for touch here. Rebels will be first to the ball. Interested to see how the umpire plays this one. It's going to be just a throw-in. So a nice bit of work there from the Bushrangers. They were outnumbered at that contest, but they get the ball out of bounds, and that is a win when it's all said and done for them. So 7 minutes left in this second quarter. They'd want to get a goal before half-time. That goes without saying, the Bushrangers. So just paddling it in front of him was the Rebels player. Riley Cook it was. Couldn't manage to haul the ball in, but boundary throw-in is not going to worry either side either. So thrown in, plenty of space over the back of this contest, and it's going to be fortuitously whacked into the middle for the Rebels. First to the ball there was the Bushrangers. It was Solzak, but once again, the Rebels are finding a way to cut them up when they get out the front of stoppage. Jimmy Stevens took it inside forward 50 towards Steele. Kept it in quite cleverly. And he's going to get on the end of it now. Steele had plenty of time to get rid of it. Umpire said he manufactured a handball, but Archie Daniel's going to take a relieving mark for the Bushies. He wheels and finds Toby Lucas. He's got a couple of teammates out here towards the boundary. Nice kick. Again, that slippery ball playing havoc, but enough time to work his way out of it was Isaac Hopkins. Kick went the direction of Duffy, but no mark. Ball in again in a similar position to where we were initially. Again, you can see plenty of space out the back of this stoppage. And the Rebels have been pretty comfortable getting it into that position, and they're using their run and carry. So a big punch goes basically vertically up in the air. Bushrangers first to the football, stepping through traffic nicely there was Oliver Wilson, but under pressure, kick goes out of bounds on the full. But nice bit of work there in some heavy traffic. Everyone kicks them out of bounds on the full every now and then, but it is going to go the way of the Rebels. Happy to go long down the line. Toby Lucas is in position 1A here. Managed to get a hand on it, but it's the Rebels who crumbed it at ground level. Steele's got himself into a nice posse, dropped a chest mark he would have wanted to take. Kept it in. That's going to have to be holding the ball. It was good corralling work by Gus Byrne, who's had his hands full dealing with Steele so far. And lovely kick into the corridor. Look at that. Should open up the play for the Bushrangers. Mark taken there by Riley Thompson. He switches the play and completes the work, and putting the jets on here are the Bushrangers. Nguena couldn't make up any of the distance. Kick up towards full forward now. The spoil lands in the hot spot. 4-on-4 here. The Bushrangers, good chance here to get a shot on goal. High tackle surely will go the way of the Bushies, and it does. So it looks like it's going to be a fairly simple set shot coming up for the Bushrangers to get their first of the afternoon. It is Isaiah Benson, as I mentioned, in the peroxide blonde, which there's a few of them out there for the Rebels. But much needed heading in towards half-time, just to keep them within touching distance. So he jogs in, strikes it okay, but once again, the Rebels, or should I say the Bushrangers, just hooking their set shots. This one misses to the left. And while they haven't scored a goal, they have still manufactured 6 or so scoring shots. So a little bit to go in off there, but the chance goes begging again. Toby Lucas just overcommitted a little bit, and now the Rebels are out the back. Quick transition of play. The next kick in the chain was a good one, but Lenny Weir couldn't hold on to the mark, and this is now going to slingshot up the other way. So up towards half forward. Rebels have a heap of numbers at this. Although it's going to fall at ground level, here's a chance for the Bushrangers, and there's their first goal. Liam Sofra, nice bit of crumbing work. As we mentioned, the Rebels had heaps of numbers, but they all flew for the same ball. The ensuing crumb fell the way of Sofra, and boy did they need that, the Bushrangers. So they get their first major of the afternoon, their first major of the VLine Community Cup. And it was Liam Sofra who got it for them. So a little bit of momentum heading into half-time. We've got 2.5 minutes left in this quarter. They'd love another one to close the gap to just 10 points. It's 16 points as it stands. 4-4-28 leads 1-6-12. And they'll try to win the clearance here through Sofra, the goal kicker. His kick was smothered, and Nguena did really nicely to get his hands on the football, but Bushrangers threw a bit of pressure. We're going to get another entry inside forward 50. Good work by the Rebels to feed it out the back. They do this so nicely, and nice bit of work once again. It's with Luke Miller, who has a teammate further afield. If it sits, he can go, and he does. Elects not to bounce because he's got a teammate wide open at half forward. So nice bit of work there by Bailey Clark. Finds his teammate in Iredell. Kicks it up towards the hot spot. Steele buzzing around as always at ground level. Forks out a handball. Off the ground goes Lenny Weir. That would have been some sort of finish from Lenny Weir, but it is just the behind. So 4-5-29 leads 1-6-12. 1 minute 30 left in this first half. The Bushrangers play on, and it is a good kick. It's going to be marked by Cody Hooper. Wastes no time, wheels and goes. Kicks it up towards the wing, but kick goes over the head of Atkinson McGuinness, and it is chopped off by Hayden Polak of the Rebels. His kick into the corridor wasn't great. Now it's with Toby Lucas, who's going to whack it on the boot, and there's a genuine one-on-one at half forward. The battle of the 31s. It was Luke Miller and Ethan Saxon. Luke Miller was the one that won the battle. Up towards Hooper at half forward, or should I say true centre wing position, and Nguena did well to spoil, and we'll have a ball up with 50 seconds left in the first half. So Rucks will break even, but it is Lucas at ground level. That's becoming a real difference for the Bushrangers side. Up towards Isaiah Benson. Spoil came over the back from the Rebels' defence. Handball went in search of Bailey Clark, but Nguena just danced through traffic. Nice bit of work from the young man It's going to set up a nice 4-0 forward here for the Rebels if they go quickly. They've got 20 seconds left. Kick up towards true centre half forward. Mark is going to be taken. He played on. Is the umpire going to give him benefit of the doubt? He does. He's got 13 seconds left now. Jimmy Stevens lowers his eyes. Kick doesn't hit the target. Was he held without the ball? Umpire says yes. No advantage paid. And we're going to have a shot after the siren here for Kai Gelgen. Kai Gelgen. Umpire just says you cannot play on. Move off your mark. The siren has gone. So, chance for him to soak up some pressure here and kick a goal after the siren heading into half-time. They will get around him, you would suspect, if he can kick truly. Hush over the crowd. It's a bit of a helicopter, but sometimes it just has to wobble through. And it does exactly that. So a goal right on the half-time siren for Kai Gelgen, and that means the Rebels strike back pretty quickly before the half-time siren, when it was the Bushrangers who got a little bit of momentum, but that is a real body blow that the Rebels have landed there. So it's 5-5-35 leads 1-6-12 at half-time here between the Rebels and the Bushrangers. Goal scorers, Mackay Steele has 1, Jet Darcy 1, Gelgen 1, and Oliver Turner, the only multiple goal scorer of the day, with 2 for the Rebels. And, of course, Liam Sofford, the only goal scorer for the Bushrangers so far. So that's the first half of football here from Learmont Stadium. Coaches and players will head to the sheds. The Div 1 boys will come out for a trot, and that will do us for the first half. So it is the Rebels that lead it at 5-5-35 to the Bushrangers 1-6-12. We'll be back for the third term.
played in the last back-to-back.
Welcome back to Learmonth Reserve. We've seen the Rebels start this contest really strongly. 5-5-35 they lead. 1-6-12. A very loud reception for the Bushrangers boys coming out after half-time. You'd suggest Coach Louis Francis has really fired them up and got them ready to run here in this second half. Well known around the traps as a strong individual. And we'll hopefully want to see his Bushrangers boys do the job for him in the second half. Many people still working their way back from the canteen. Long lines as always. Hot chips are plenty. Something called Eggerito I saw as well. Dim Sims, burgers, the whole lot. But they will quickly turn their attention back towards the game. Players in position now, just about ready to rumble. Umpire holds the ball aloft. And we are ready to rock and roll in the second half. Bushrangers need to respond here if they have any hope of winning the contest, and you can rely on Toby Lucas to do that. He gets the first clearance. Negotiated well by Jet Darcy. We've seen that plenty of times today but from the Rebels players. They've done a great job transferring the ball. Bailey Clark gets it up on the far side wing. Nice bit of run and dash from Cole Parker, the Bushrangers defender. Gets it going back in the way of the Bushies. Duffy dropped what he could have had. Malachi Steele, we've seen him buzzing around the forward 50 for most of the first half. Ball looks like it's going to trickle over the boundary line, I suggest. kept in play there again by the Bushrangers, so they're playing with a bit of dare. That one gets into the car park. Luckily, it doesn't break a windscreen, and we'll have a ball in just a minute gone in this third quarter. So it's 5-5-35, leads 1-6-12. Boundary throw in, 18 minutes 50 remaining. So it's at half forward for the Rebels, but free kick's going to go the way of the Bushrangers. It's Archie Daniel. Short ball, little 15 burn. He's going to go back towards Daniel, but in search of, looks like Toby Lucas, who sells a bit of candy and drives it up towards half forward. Mark drop by Atkinson McGuinness. Handball forward goes towards Archie Daniels. Going to cut it off. Looked like he had his head taken off, but didn't matter. He followed up at ground level, sold a bit of candy, and kicked it up towards the 50-metre arc. But a mark taken again by Jet Darcy, who's playing a really strong role there at half-back. And the kick is even better. Kai Gelgen saw him involved on the half-time siren, kicking his first of the day. Nice kick coming here from what looked like the non-preferred boot of the Rebels player, but Bushrangers are going to win it back. This time it was Oliver Wilson. Nice bit of work there from the Rebels to cut it off at half-back and to get it back going their direction. Jumping through it there was Cole Parker, and means that the Rebels can get out the back. Hayden Polak handballs to space. Mackay Steele, again, first to the ball. Wrapped up in a tackle, and we'll have a ball up. 17.5 minutes remaining in this third quarter. There's Jack Lee and Toby Lucas, who will go head-to-head here in the big men game. Neutral hit out, it must be said. Going in at ground level again is Mackay Steele. Fed out the back now, and going inside forward 50 is Noah Previtt. Kicked it to a really dangerous position. Strong mark is taken. Oliver Turner. He's kicked 2 goals already, lining up for number 3. He's certainly been a presence deep inside forward 50 for the Rebels. Everyone else just can't quite seem to have the impact that he has had so far, and most importantly, he finishes his work. So he gets his third, Oliver Turner. And he is putting in a best on-ground performance, it must be said now, as the Rebels skip away with another goal. So the Bushrangers, he did look to have a little bit of energy coming out after half-time, but the Rebels have quickly stopped that in its tracks, and they lead at 6-5-41 to 1-6-12. 16 minutes remaining now. So ball up here, middle of the ground. Won quite comfortably by Jack Lee. Only as far as Bailey Clark, who tried to take the opponent on, but Archie Daniel said, "You're not going anywhere, young fella," and wrapped him up in a tackle. Toby Lucas has somehow found his way onto the wing, covering the ground really nicely. Handball was a little bit lazy, but got enough time to work it out. Great bit of work there by the Rebels player to smother it. I believe that was one of the Hobbs brothers. In fact, it was Mason Barr, so really nice work there to cut off that bit of play. So again, Archie Daniels lays another tackle on Bailey Clark. He's wearing him like a glove so far in the third term. Again, Lee wins the hit out nicely, but it looks like it's going to fall the way of the Bushrangers. Big pack of players just fiddling around with the ball at ground level. In the back, not paid, so we'll have another ball up. 14.5 minutes left in this third quarter. Lucas got up, won the hit out, but winning it at ground level was Mackay Steele. And we'll have another ball up in just about the same position we were earlier. So the ball just rolling in the direction of the Rebels' goals. Bushrangers now want a slingshot through Archie Daniel. Couldn't quite hold on to it, but they could hold on to was his neck. So that is a high tackle going the way of Archie Daniel, who has certainly come out and had an impact after half-time. Rips it into the corridor, finds Toby Lucas. You know how impressive he has been today. Kicks it up towards the teeth of the goals, and a strong contested mark taken by Eamon Hyde, who will go back and have a shot on goal. Nice bit of work from Daniel, switching it into the corridor to find Lucas, who made sure it was a good entry inside forward 50, and the shot on goal coming from Eamon Hyde will hopefully get the Bushrangers' first goal of the second half. Starts his approach. Comes off the side of the boot, but bends back nicely, and the Bushrangers get one back. 6-5-41 leads 2-6-18, 13 and a half gone, and really strong contested mark taken by Eamon Hyde. Nice bit of play from the Bushrangers. Stronger players, it must be said. Toby Lucas certainly been the most involved midfielder today. Had plenty of the football, and nice goal assist he can add to his tally now. So the Rebels 6-5-41 lead the Bushrangers 2-6-18. So again, hit out clearly one, and over the head handball, Jimmy Stevens was creative but didn't find a target. At ground level was Nguyen up, dived on the football, dived on by Archie Daniels. It's probably his third or fourth tackle of the quarter already. So putting the pressure on, 23-point margin is all that separates these two sides. Jack Lee got up and tapped it back. There's that man Daniel again, forward handball, nice. Should land in the hands of Duffy, it does. 45 out from home, will struggle to make the journey. Kicks it up towards the goal square, got a man out, but it just goes over his head. It'll be a ball in, so no score and probably a good result for the Bushrangers. Scrap that, it was out of bounds on the full, so certainly not a good result for the Bushrangers. But again, a nice bit of work out of the middle to at least get them into a dangerous position. So kick comes out towards right half back. Duffy's there and Nguyen is there. Nice bit of linking handball play. Now with Mackay Steele. Kicks it up towards true centre wing position. Pushed over the boundary line in front of the umpire, Hayden Polak. It won't be a free kick, it'll just be a boundary throw-in. So halfway through this third quarter, both sides have kicked a goal each. 6-5-41 leads 2-6-18 here at Learmonth Reserve. Gentle murmur amongst the crowd. Everyone enjoying the display we've seen so far. It's another clearance, though, that goes the way of Bailey Clark. His kick, not one of his best. It goes out towards the boundary line, and tackled over it was Maiko Leith. So a boundary throw-in inside forward 50 coming up for the Rebels. Again, very well umpired game so far. Of course, it's equally as much a carnival for them. So they're doing a fantastic job so far officiating this game between two good young sides. Hat kick comes out of the stoppage. It was Jack Hudson who sent it out, but it's going to come back pretty quickly. Jimmy Stevens handballed when he probably should have kicked, but not going to matter because it's that man again, Oliver Turner. He's going to line up for number 4. Doesn't always have to be clean when you are inside forward 50. Chaos ball, and Turner, who seems to have some really strong forward instincts, found himself in the best position in front of the opponent. Takes a chest mark, and I dare say will be kicking goal number 4. Car horn tells you the story. He has number 4, and the Rebels are starting to kick away from the Bushrangers. It's 7-5-47, leads 2-6-18, and Oliver Turner, I'm sure, is turning a few heads here at Learmonth Reserve. Chance for himself to get a proper bag, you would suspect, if he continues this way. 4 goals is fairly good return as it is. So the ball comes back into the middle of the ground. Bushrangers now, probably alarm bells, would certainly want to be getting the next couple to be in touch at three-quarter time. They've done nicely here to feed that ball back into the middle of the ground. It's going to go inside forward 50 off the boot of Nate Warren, who finds Toby Lucas, who, given the way he's been kicking today, is probably within range, but smart kick to hit up his teammate and Isaiah Benson. Again, he was involved in the first goal of the quarter for the Bushrangers, Lucas. It was a direct goal assist towards Eamon Hyde, and now he gets a chance to set up Benson, who unselfishly kicks it to a teammate in a better position. Liam Sofra already has one today, and try and double his tally here with a second for the Bushrangers. So goal number 2 beckons here for Liam Sofra. Just needs to nurse this one through. He tilts his head to the left because he snuck it through. So they stay in touch, the Bushrangers. 3-6-24 they move their tally to. It was a nice bit of play coming out of the middle. They brought the ball from the stoppage back into the corridor, which means you're always in a dangerous position. It was Nate Warren who then found Lucas. Lucas who spotted up Benson, and then Benson found Sofra for goal number 2. So it is now just back to a 17-point margin. 8 minutes remaining. And while they have looked a little bit outclassed at times today, the Bushrangers, they are hanging on. They're not going away. Big whack out of the ruck, just basically gets the ball inside forward 50 for the Rebels. Quick handball from Sofra, the goal kicker, was really nice. And now they get a chance to go up the middle. Benson got a manufactured a handball somehow. Now it's with Warren again, who spots up Lucas. So deja vu. It's happening all over again. Up towards a pack inside forward 50. Lucas went. Nguyena's going to get hit with a tackle here. He spun out of it. Will he get out of the second one? No. Umpire pings him and then advantage. Probably a bit unlucky there, the Bushies, but it might work if they can take the mark, and they can. You can hear the crowd starting to get behind Bushrangers' side. Nate Warren takes a mark and has a chance to cut the margin to 11 points. 7.5 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Not quite going to do the job there from Nate. Did a nice job to take the mark, but his kick was wayward, so won't register a score. Can only chalk that up as an opportunity gone begging. So the Rebels switch the play. It's a dangerous kick up the middle, but I like it. It should open up the ground now. Brodie Pratt gets it. Nice releasing handball up towards Jimmy Stevens. Dropped a mark he really should have taken. Hobbs just whacks it forward. First to the ball was Previtt. Now the Rebels get it to a genuine 2-on-2 at half forward. It did well to half the contest, did Henry Donovan. It's going to come out to Polak. Now to Steele. Steele's kick was smothered. Found Turner. Going back to get it again was Polak. He was set upon by a number of Bushrangers. They locked him up, and we'll have a ball up basically on the 50-metre arc of the Rebels' goal. Over the back goes Benson. Nice creative bit of ruck work up towards Toby Pink, or should I say Toby Lucas. He does well, and again they're going to link up with Isaiah Benson. Benson runs his full measure and kicks it up towards Duffy. Tried to come over the back, couldn't mark. Shot on goal coming up for the Bushrangers. It's a skidding ball. It's not going to spin back. It's going to go out for a boundary throw in inside forward 50. So that was off the boot of Brodie Maxachev. And as we mentioned, a good result for the Bushrangers. They need goals, not behinds, and they get a good chance here deep inside their forward 50. So Benson won the hit out. Teammates weren't there at ground level. Dodging a tackle there was Pratt, and he was caught holding the football. Benson plays on and misses. Jeez, teammate would feel fairly aggrieved. I think it was Brodie Maxachev who did all the right things, laying the tackle, winning the free kick, but Benson playing on and unfortunately dribbled it on the wrong side of the goalpost. This game is up and back like a deli slicer. Again, it's just going to slingshot up the other end. It is the Rebels now who have numbers forward of the football. If they go, they will get a shot on goal. Nice running bit of play from Hayden Polak. The kick isn't going to measure up to the effort he put in. It's unfortunately going out of bounds on the full, but this game really is up and back. Both teams moving the ball really quickly. So roosts it from the pocket. Further afield now. We've got a huge pack of players, but it's Steele who's going to emerge with the ball. Lowering of the eyes inside forward 50. It was a good kick. High tackle coming up here for the Rebels. The kids these days are very, very adept at pulling those off. It's Mason Barr who's got a free kick. We've got our first signs of cramp on the outer side. Dare say that won't be the last time today. There's players at AFL level that do a fantastic job of drawing those high free kicks, and Mason Barr did the right thing there and gets himself a shot on goal. Geez, he's absolutely roosted that. That was a windscreen breakup. Luckily avoids the cars and also avoids the goal. So it's a behind for the Rebels. It's 6-7-43, leads 3-7-25. 3.5 minutes left in this third quarter. Again, a quick transfer of players we've seen so often today. The Rebels should win this back, although the boundary line's going to beat both sides here. We'll have a ball in. Probably about 75 from home on the far side of the Rebels forward half. Hear the music from the change rooms. We've got the Division 1 matchup from both these sides coming up here directly after this match. So that'll be around 2 p.m. You see the boys getting fairly pumped up in the change rooms. It's Archie Daniel. Fed a handball out to his teammate in Oliver Wilson. Kicks it up towards half forward. First to the footy was the Bushranger. They've got a man out the back there in Duffy. Kick's probably going to avoid him, although gets a nice bounce. Tried to keep it in. Did well to have a contest in a 2-on-1. Bushrangers bringing the heat, but the Rebels did really well to negotiate it. And now they've got a chance to slingshot up the other end. Cut off nicely, though, by Isaac Hopkins. His kick, going to find a teammate as well. 45 out from goal. Eamon Hyde, who did get the first goal of the quarter for the Bushrangers. 2 minutes remaining, so certainly enough time to find a teammate. He elects to put it to the top of the square. Duffy's got to run and jump at it, but standing in front for the Rebels was Hudson Hobbs. So he looks for Mackay Steele. Again, very dangerous when he gets around the football. Takes a nice mark, basically uncontested. Moves it further afield, wants the handball back. He found Turner. Turner probably his first blemish of the day. And we're going to see a barrel absolutely ripped from Cole Parker. That's travelled the best part of 50 metres. First to the football will be the small Cody Hooper for the Bushrangers. Evades a tackle. Umpire had a good look at that, didn't call it high. Hooper's going to kick a banana from the pocket and goal. He had no right to bend that one through, Cody Hooper. And the Bushrangers are well and truly in this contest. They get their third of the quarter. Scores now within 3 goals, and plenty of time left if you're a Bushrangers fan. Plenty of time. 6-6-42 leads 4-7-31. It's an 11-point margin, 1 minute remaining. So that was probably the play of the day from Cody Hooper. Kicking a banana from the opposite pocket. Takes a lot of skill, and that's what's on show here today at Learmonth Reserve. The football talent of tomorrow. Geez, the Bushrangers now and suddenly winning the football out of the middle at will. That kick only as far as Jet Darcy, who every time he gets it, uses it nicely. Finds Riley Cook on the wing. Cook's going to kick it up towards half forward. Mark not taken by Pollock. Rebels have numbers. Here's Daniel, or should I say Turner. Quick snap on goal for the Rebels is across the face. So the Bushrangers have 16 seconds to negotiate. Can they get it up the other end in time? Ball is with Oliver Wilson. He takes a bounce. We're down to 8 seconds. Probably going to be beaten by time, but great quarter from the Bushrangers. Kick comes into the middle. Siren sounds, the air raid siren. And the Bushrangers will be cautiously optimistic heading into three-quarter time. It's 6-6-42 that Rebels lead the Bushrangers 4-7-31. It was a strong showing from the Bushrangers in that term. They kicked 3 goals. They'd only kicked 1 in the entire first half. So certainly got themselves back into the contest, holding the Rebels to just the 1 major themselves. So goal kickers for the Rebels, 4 to Oliver Turner. So he has been quite clearly the best performed forward today. Singles to Geljan, Darcy and Mackay Steele for the Bushrangers. It's 2 to Liam Sofra. Eamon Hyde has one, and of course Cody Hooper kicked the goal of the day. Nice bit of play in the left forward pocket. So 11-point margin. Plenty of water to go under the bridge here at Learmonth Reserve. We will be back for the final term shortly. It is the Rebels that lead 6-6-42 to the Bushrangers 4-7-31. Well, welcome back here to Learmonth Reserve. It's three-quarter time. We're about to get back underway in the final quarter. And we did think the score at the ground, or you at home might have had the benefit of seeing the scoreboard on the stream. So it is the Rebels actually 7-6-48 to the Bushrangers 4-7-31. So they've fixed up the scoreboard at three-quarter time. Umpire holds the ball aloft. Connor James it is that gets us back underway. Again, a very well umpired game so far. It is the Bushrangers that will need to score quickly here. Handballs it forward. Looked like it was going to be in the back, and it is. So the Bushrangers will get the first opportunity to attack. It's going to be off the boot of Ethan Saxon. His kick probably underhit it a little bit, but Duffy was there first. Winning it back for the Bushrangers was Nate Warren. He scrubs a kick inside forward 50. First to it, though, was Lenny Weir. He was tackled, and Bushrangers get a chance here if they can just link with hands. Comes to Duffy. Flying shot on goal from deep in the pocket is good. Brilliant bit of play there from Duffy. He's got the fluoro orange boots, but has the talent to match, it seems. It's a great goal to get us going and does cut that margin back to just under 2 kicks. So they needed to get the first, the Bushrangers, and they did just that, which is very, very good for their hopes. Of course, both teams have been able to move the ball at will through the middle of the ground, so scoring quickly should be no issue. And Levi Duffy's looked dangerous all afternoon, had the first shot of the day for the Bushrangers, and now finally gets to add a major to his tally. So, interesting couple of minutes coming up here. The Bushrangers send it forward through Saxon. Rebels were jolly on the spot to clean up that mess. Some of the bounces pretty unlucky. There was Noel Previtt. We'll be wondering what he did to deserve that. Bushrangers win it back and slung over the boundary line. A little bit of push and shove. Nothing wrong with that. Umpire says, let's ball it in. So 18 minutes remaining. It's a slender 11-point margin, it must be said. So again, Lucas and Lee. Sounds like a law firm. This time it is Lucas who sends it deep inside forward 50. Oh, good opportunity there. Fell the way of Brody Maxachev. Couldn't quite hold on to the mark. Now, spinning out of a tackle was Lenny Weir. Kick only goes as far as the pretty zippy Riley Downer. Kick inside forward 50. Just evades Maxachev. And the Rebels are going to turn it back over. So, Lane Atkinson McGuinness. Deep inside forward 50. And there he is again. Duffy takes an uncontested mark. 17 and a half minutes remaining, and this will cut the margin back to just 5 points. They've done well to control the game, really, since three-quarter time. Hasn't gone over into the forward half of the Rebels yet, and Duffy has a chance to kick his second on the trot. Duffy kicks, and Duffy misses, so he's been a little bit wayward in front of goal, certainly showing his talent. 7-6-48 leads 5-8-38, so 16 and a half minutes gone. It's momentum all with the Bushrangers so far. So the Rebels have basically led from go to woe, but they find themselves trying to defend a 10-point margin when it feels like they should be up by a little bit more. This kick, again, goes inside forward 50. The Rebels do have numbers, so they should be able to get there first. Keeping it in and doing really nicely was Jet Darcy, as I said, really classy ball user. So now we get it up towards the wing. Rebels will probably be happy to take this out of bounds. In fact, both teams probably happy to call that a 0-all draw, so we'll have a ball in right in front of the bulk of the fans here in the grandstand. The boundary umpire will toss this one back in. So straight back in it comes. Really nice bit of play there by the Rebels to just keep it moving forward. Sling tackle but released. Oscar Henderson got it going their direction. Bushrangers certainly cracking in. Game has gone up a notch, as most do in the last quarter. It's going to be a high tackle, so a bit of a clumsy free kick to give away there from the Bushrangers. So Mason Barr kicks it up towards the goal square. Certainly got up and underneath it. Big kick for a young fella, but just a behind. So the Bushrangers are not going to waste any time. Ball is now in the hands of Gus Byrne, and he's got teammates running through the middle of the ground. If they can just control the footy, chaos handball might work. Gets to Lucas. Lucas has used it really well all day. It's no exception. 2-on-1 here. If they can just reel it in before it gets over the boundary line. Really nice defending there from the Rebels, and deserved free kick will go the way of Jimmy Stevens. Where Jimmy basically kicks an outswinger. Duffy lays a tackle on Lenny Weir. Weir gets it to Lucas, and Lucas is going to put this into a dangerous posse. 2-on-1, and almost marked there by Oliver Turner. That would have been ridiculous if he pulled that one off, but he does manage to get a stoppage, so that's a win for the Bushrangers. They'll even up the numbers here at the stoppage. Isaiah Thomas, or should I say Isaiah Benson, won it down. The Rebels are just worried out of it there at half-back. Free kick will go the way of the Bushrangers in the back. So Ethan Saxon, been involved in a fair bit of the play so far this afternoon, has a chance to cut this margin back to within 5 points. Now the journey is going to be somewhat of a concern. Would not mind to see him roll out the barrel. Seems to back himself in with the drop punt. So here we go. What will the margin be after this kick? The margin will not change. It's going to be an easy intercept mark there from Jimmy Stevens, and I have to wonder if that was the right option. Jimmy Stevens, that's a bold kick in a last quarter. It's dangerous, but they're just going to make it look okay, the Rebels, and similarly to how they've played all day, they are going to run and gun. That kick from Bailey Clark is a ripper. Sorry, Lenny Weir it was. Finds Kai Gelgen. He's got Nguena at half forward, decides to go in another direction. Turner couldn't mark. Running over the top of it there was Donovan. And we're going to have a ball up here in front of the Bushrangers bench. So 13 minutes remain. The wind is fairly still. The conditions nice. The crowd enjoying themselves, and the football to match as well. So doing nice bit of grunt work at ground level, but he's unfortunately, Archie Daniel grabbed the ankle of the opposing Luke Miller. So a little bit unlucky. He was first to the ball and going to bump him. Yeah, you could tell he was frustrated, and that was an unnecessary bit of play there from Archie Daniel. He's given away the free kick, and you cannot afford to do that when you're trying to run down a margin in the last quarter. So shot on goal coming up here for Kai Gelgen, who's already kicked truly once today. And Archie will probably be a little bit disappointed that he let himself lose his temper. So the kick from Gelgen is an absolute helicopter. Doesn't matter though, because it's 6 points, and it might just be the game for the Rebels. So for all the attacking that the Bushrangers have done, the Rebels extend their margin back out to 17 points, and Gelgen gets his second major of the afternoon. So 17 points the difference, 3 goals required, and given they've only kicked 5 so far, the Bushrangers, that's a relatively tall order. So the ball back in the middle of the ground. As we mentioned earlier, Bushrangers gave one up unnecessarily. Archie Daniel does well to win himself his own free kick this time, so he's making up for his misdemeanor just moments ago. That's what it's all about. Make sure you make up for your mistakes. Everyone makes them. Kick forward is going to be chopped off by, I think it might be Lenny Weir. Taking a bounce through the middle of the ground. The kick to a 2-on-1 isn't great. Noel Previtt did a good job to win it. He's probably thrown that away. So free kick will be paid for a throw. Oliver Wilson it was who laid the nice tackle. He's going to get dangerous with his ball use. Kick was the right option, not the right execution, and chopped off now by Bailey Clark. Fends him off. runs up towards the 50-metre arc, kick towards Nguena, yes. Gets the mark. Darnell Nguena is going to have a shot from 40 metres out and has taken a few marks today. Relatively tall prospect. He's going to have a chance to go back and slam the door shut, you would say, for the Rebels. So, on the runway, got underneath it, going fairly straight, hasn't got the journey. So no score will be added for the Rebels, but they will get a boundary throw in inside their forward 50. So again, not the worst result when you're hanging on to a 17-point margin. Starting to warm up a little bit out here. He was a little bit nippy earlier today. Nguena nudged his opposition ruckman under the ball. Dribbling kick is going to go over. Again, time check says 9.5 minutes left. So Lee Matthews' rule says they're still in it, but yeah, probably want to get a wriggle on, you would say. So Benson just sticks his head in the trough, tries to extract a clearance, but wasn't able to break the tackle. So the umpire says, let's do it all again, fellas. Winning it from the ruck was Button. A nice little handball there, but the Bushrangers are going to have numbers enough to negotiate it. Handball there from, I think that might have been Downer. Holding the football, though, will go the way of the Bushrangers. Gus Byrne. He's got a switch of play on if he wants it. Again, they need to score quickly, the Bushrangers, so expect their ball use to get a little bit more dangerous. Kick up towards half forward was chopped off, and again, differentiator has been the way the Rebels have moved the football. Nice kick to a one-on-one deep inside forward 50, stuck out the 1 mitt. Did the Bushrangers defender, couldn't mark it. They're just fiddling around with it a little bit here. Run-down tackle was laid there by Riley Cook. Umpire said play on, snap on goal will go the way of the Rebels, and that should do us, you would think. It was Riley Cook who laid the first tackle, so he got his rewards, and that's always a good show of karma. You put in the work, you will get the results and you will get the reward. And he lays the tackle, the defensive pressure, and then he gets on the end of one. So a nice bit of play for the young fella, and it stretches the margin out to 23 points, which with 7.5 minutes gone, 7.5 minutes left, you would think makes things very difficult for the Bushrangers now. So out of the middle. Nice running handball, gets towards Daniel. Daniel finds his teammate in attack in Thompson. Thompson goes towards Duffy, who been lively earlier in this quarter. Got an unlucky bounce. Forward handball going to be turned over there by Sofra, who's got 2 majors on the afternoon. He's chance to get this back here with a follow-up handball. Tackle was strong, though. He couldn't get rid of it, and now there'll be a ball up. As Nguena makes his way to the bench in front of us, been a really solid contributor, and on comes the extremely dangerous Oliver Turner, who, if he turns around, will almost certainly be on the end of this. And here he is. The kick's probably going to do him a little bit dirty there. A little bit of body pressure there, and Bushrangers defender's done well to get himself out of trouble, and ball goes over the boundary line for a throw-in. A little bit of push and shove. 6 minutes gone. Game being played in pretty good spirits. Umpired well. Fans have enjoyed themselves. It's been a good exhibition of young footballers. So a nice handball out the back. That's a nifty bit of work there by Darcy. Gets it onto Lenny Weir. Oliver Turner was out of position but did well just to jump over the back and spoil it over the boundary line. So, again, halving contests regardless of the spot he's in. 9-7-61 leads 5-8-38, 5.5 minutes gone on this Monday afternoon here out in Leaworth. Quick whistle from the umpire. We'll ball it back up pretty much straight away. Lucas won the hit out. He's certainly not had his colours lowered today. Archie Daniel cracks in, lays a bump, but nothing doing for either side. We'll do it all again. Umpire clears it out. Running through the stoppage there was Nate Warren. This kick looks like it's going to be turned over pretty quickly, though. Mason Barr kicks long inside forward 50. Oliver Turner in position 1A. Dropped what he probably could have taken. And this is, again, we're going to do it all over. Mason Barr is going to turn this one over, and another opportunity here for the Rebels. Lowers his eyes nicely, good kick. Finds Oscar Henderson. Oscar Henderson has a teammate open in space. 45 out, slight angle. He kicks towards a 2-on-1. Nice bit of work by the defender to at least force it to ground. Flying shot on goal from the previous goal scorer. Cook is just going to miss to the near side, so it's a minor score. It's 9-8-62 leads 5-8-38, 24-point margin, 4 minutes left in this final quarter. Oliver Wilson has it at half back, and he's going to drive it further afield to an open teammate. Solzak, he wheels and goes up to Duffy straight away. Duffy did really well there. He should be able to pick this up. Leaves it for his teammate and Zach. Daniel has it now, fumbled. Doing well to tackle there, but a little bit overzealous was Daniel. Gives away another free kick for holding the man. So a good bit of endeavour from Daniel, but just needs to pull it back a little bit. So nice inboard kick there for the Rebels. Tyson Walsh has it now. They've always looked inside, try to find open targets. Mackay Steele gets it now, probably about 85 from home. Runs around the man on the mark and just pulls the kick to the left half forward pocket. Picked up by Turner's got 4. Turner has a go for 5. Misses, unfortunately for him, across the face and out of bounds on the full. So 2.5 minutes left in this game. The Rebels are going to run away with their second win of the day. Of course, winning earlier, keeping the Bushrangers goalless in the girls' comp before. So kick up towards the wing here, right in front of our broadcast position. Going to be chopped off by Hudson Hobbs. Hobbs brings it into the middle, finds Jack Lee. Tallest man on the ground by some distance. So he sets it up. Forwards are going to have a nice opportunity to run and jump here. Mackay Steele buzzing around at ground level. Nice. Archie Daniel. Free kick. Now he's going to bring it into the middle of the ground. Mark was dropped, unfortunately for them, by Oliver Wilson. Nice bit of work there by Harry Pollock to find, again, Jack Lee in a very similar position to before. And what do you know, Mackay Steele, that cramp is magically cured. Shot on goal will come from Mason Barr. Kick misses to the near side. And another behind will go the way of the Rebels. So 9-9-63 leads 5-8-38. 1 minute 10 remaining. It has been a pretty strong performance by the Rebels, it must be said. Have led for basically the entire game. In fact, I think they have, outside of maybe a minute in the first quarter. Nice inboard kick, finds Zane Atkinson McGuinness. He's going to try and bring it into the corridor, but it's only going to go as far as Pollock, who now plays on and, well, he had a teammate open in the goal square who, unfortunately for him, ran under the football. So a smothered kick out of fullback. It's going to land in the hands of Oliver Wilson, right in front of the Bushrangers bench now. We've got about 20 seconds left, so chance for one more goal, you'd say. Running onto it here was Jet Darcy. had a chance to cap off a pretty strong performance, but it is going to be hooked across the face and won't trouble the scorers. So that'll do us here. It's going to be the Rebels that run out winners, barring some mishap in the next 4 seconds. Kick up towards half-back is dropped, and there is the siren. So the Rebels lead it from basically the first couple of minutes of the first quarter. They were challenged for a small period there at the start of the last when, in particular, Levi Duffy had a chance to kick his second in as many minutes, but wasn't to be for the Bushrangers. It was the Rebels 9-9-63, running out 25-point winners to the Bushrangers 5-8-38 in the Division 2 game today here. The goal scorers, 4 to Oliver Turner. Gelgen had 2 himself. Jet Darcy, Riley Cook and Mackay Steele with singles. And then for the Bushrangers, it was 2 to Solzak, 1 to Duffy, Hooper and Eamon Hines. So pretty strong performance from the Rebels. Oliver Turner in particular caught the eye. Thought it was a really strong game from Jet Darcy as well, who used the ball well. And Henderson and Bailey Clark and Lenny Weir were architects with the football for the Bushrangers. There's no doubt that Toby Lucas was their best player today. Nice performance as well from Oliver Wilson. And Isaiah Benson certainly made his presence felt, but it wasn't enough as the Rebels ended up running away comfortable 25-point winners. We've got the second of the boys' games coming up after today to wrap up what has been a nice day out here at Learmonth. So we'll bring you that from 2 p.m. It'll be the Division 1 Rebels versus the Division 1 Bushrangers. But so far it's been the Rebels who've won both games today, and we'll see if they can complete the hat-trick in just under 15 minutes. So we'll bring you that from 2 p.m. It's the Rebels 9-9-63 winning by 25 points, 5-8-38 the Bushrangers.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Can you please put your hands together for both players, coaches and volunteers, and the umpires for a terrific game of footy. Second half was an incredible contest. Now just got a couple of medal presentations to do, but on behalf of WorkSafe Victorian Country Football League, AFL Victoria and VLine, thank you very much for your attendance today. I now call on the coach of the Goulburn Murray team, Tyson Saunders, to say a few words and present his best on ground. To be presented by Tyson Mazuzak from VLine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks again to VLine for putting on these carnivals. These boys don't get the opportunity without your support, so thank you very much. Thanks to the Rebels for a really strong contest today. I know our boys will learn a lot from that, so thank you very much. To our boys, once again, really good contest. Really proud of the way you've gone about today, so well done. And our best today is Archie Daniel.
Thank you, Tyson. And now call on the coach of the GWV Rebels, Brent Taylor.
First of all, thank you, Gold Valley. Thanks for the day. I thought it was a really good contest. The scoreboard probably indicated 4 goals difference, but I think it was a lot closer than that you did. So well done, guys. I'd like to thank the AFL, VLine, all the umpires that have come in today, all the support staff that have helped out my team. To my boys, well done. It's their first game together. Plenty of room for improvement, but signs were good throughout the day. So well done. Our best player goes today, number 31, Luke Miller.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the rest of the carnival. Thank you.
Ruckman for the Rebels is going to be Ruot Lual. Going up against his counterpart, which I believe is Ben O'Brien. A bit of a size difference there, so we'll see if that proves to be a huge impact on the game. We'll find out very soon as we tick over to 2 p.m. That means you hear the siren and the players get underway. So it's Division 1 action between the Rebels and the Bushrangers. Lual, huge leap. Wasn't able to find a teammate though. Goes to half forward. Bushrangers do have numbers. It was a nice handball there from Thomas. Max Thomas fed it out. Strong tackle laid there by a couple of Rebels. Nice bit of work there by Marley Lual. Unfortunately, going to give away a free kick, so this one's going the way of Judd Tamburo. Tamburo looks like he's going to wheel onto his left boot. Jeez, he's got a rocket of a peg. That is some kick, and sets up his teammate deep inside the forward pocket, the right forward pocket, Heath Sutcliffe. Currently doing his school at Alexandra Secondary College. Looking to get the first goal of the day. Lex to kick a drop punt. It's going to bend back beautifully, but bend back a little bit too far. So the first score goes the way of the Bushrangers. Bucks the trend of the first two games of the day where the Rebels have got on top early and stayed that way. It was a nice bit of play, though, that led up to the shot on goal. So kick towards the pocket's going to be chopped off by Ryder Robertson. Did well to just bring that ball to ground level, and the Bushrangers are certainly bringing the heat early. Off the ground towards full forward. Quick shot on goal from Whitlock was smothered. Again, there's plenty of Bushrangers around this. The Rebels are feeling the heat early. Out the back of the contest now, though. Finds its way to Riley Downer. Billy O'Kelly gave it to him. That's a name we're going to have fun calling for the rest of the afternoon. Short ball inside forward 50 is going to find a target. Nice bit of work there by the Bushrangers. It was the calm head of Lincoln Brand. And he set up his teammate Anton Basile, who puts the ball on the deck and gives it a squeeze before he makes his approach. Struck it pretty nicely. Looks like it's going to stop just in front of the goal line. So knocked back into play. Bushrangers doing all the attacking. Quick snap was smothered again. So defending for their lives here so far, the Rebels, but doing it pretty well. So this snap comes back into play. Only as far as Marnie Gilchrist. Strong tackle was laid there on Tamburo. Was he slung? He was. So Tamburo gets the ball from a similar position he got it earlier, and we saw he has a powerful left foot, so wouldn't be surprised if he has a go for home here. Sets it up. There's about 10 players underneath this. Quick kick off the ground is a goal. First blood goes the way of the Bushrangers. Alex Whitlock it was who Jackie Chan it out of mid-air. It was nice. Celebrated to the crowd. Arms outstretched, and the Bushrangers strike first. It must be said they've done all the attacking. So a deserved goal they get. So the Rebels yet to really land a blow so far. Lual going to go up in the ruck here again. So again, he wins the tap comfortably, but only as far as the Bushrangers midfield. This kick goes up towards half forward. Saunders stuck out one mitt, couldn't quite mark it. Handball came from Whitlock. Rebels should be able to negotiate this. They've got numbers and a high tackle surely. Umpire said play on. So Riley Downer it was. Handball to Lual. And the Rebels now get it into attacking territory for the first time today. Really nice mark there for Toby Hellesy. Got numbers in board, but elects to go short. That kick's not great. Lual's worked hard forward to try and cut this off, but Bushrangers win that battle. It was Boswell that beat his opponents to the ball. Tamburo at ground level. Left foot snap from Marnie Gilchrist. Gets the ball inside forward 50 for the Rebels, but not for long. It's punched out of play and we'll have a ball up. So 15 and a half minutes remaining in this first quarter. It's the Bushrangers with a 7-point margin. Rebels yet to score. 1-1-7 it is to zip, zip, zip. So it's to be thrown in at left half forward. Both ruckmen basically edged underneath it, so no hit out to speak of. The Rebels are going to manufacture a clearance through Harrison Welsh. The Bushrangers, well, they muck around with it a little bit and they're going to turn it over deep inside their forward half. Snap on goal is a ripper. So the Rebels get one back. Hamish Burkett it was. He just threw it onto the boot. He gets their first major of the afternoon. Nice bit of work there deep in the forward pocket. Find a way. So a good even game here so far. So I didn't realise my team sheet just went flying, but thanks to whoever handed that back, started play again, 1-6 to 1-1-7. And it's the Bushrangers who are going to win their third clearance of the day. This one came off the boot of Deshiel Smith. Further afield to Boswell. Boswell hits a target on the far side at half forward. Linking handball goes up towards Basile. Basile couldn't win it, and the Rebels have numbers, although the kick is not going to find a target. He played on, much to his dismay, Lucas O'Hora, and he's going to be pinged holding the ball. So a little bit of rush of blood there. Leads to a brain fade and a turnover. Rebels will go into the corridor. The kick for Hellisy, he couldn't quite mark, so Bushrangers get a chance again to send it inside forward 50. Basile's going to try and get there, but the boundary line wins the race. We'll have a ball in 65 from the Bushrangers. Goal, left half forward. As you mentioned, a good crowd in today. They've all stuck around for all three of the carnival games so far. This throw in is going to go over the back of both ruckmen, and quick snap will send it towards half forward for the Bushrangers. Lual did really nicely. Released it to his teammate in Paddy Sell. Paddy Sell puts it out towards the broadcast wing, but nicely manoeuvred there by Sonny Temoanui. I butchered that pronunciation, apologies, but inside forward 50 go the Rebels, and a nice bit of work leads to an uncontested mark from Mitch Ward, and that will be the second goal of the day for the Rebels. It's a really nice entry inside forward 50. Moana Nui it was who took the ball for the Rebels and got it going their direction, and they end up with a goal. So good start and good response, it must be said. They scored the first couple of goals. Sorry, as the Bushrangers got the first of the ball of the day, and the Rebels have responded pretty quickly. And so out of the middle, first hands went the way of Prosser, but he was wrapped up pretty quickly. Stopped in his tracks. A different look in the ruck now. This time it was Hellisy for the Rebels. Holding the football, free kick will go their way. Xavier Cummins. Got an open man, Charlie Jelly here at left half forward. Jelly plays on, drives it deep inside forward 50, position 1A. Goes the way of the Rebels again. Nice bit of quick ball movement, caught the defenders off guard and just managed to nudge his defender under the ball. Did the Rebels forward. So this is the aforementioned Sonny Temoanui. Moananui. I've got to get that right at some point. He'll line up here, 25 out slide angle. Got a good look at it here from directly behind him. Strikes it perfectly. Puts it through. The Rebels have three in a row. You can certainly hear the hush in the crowd. It is a pro Bushrangers crowd, it must be said. But a good response from the Rebels after the Bushrangers controlled the game for the first 5 minutes. They've just gone bang, 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 and now skip out to a 2-goal margin. It is 3 straight, 18 leads, 1-1-7. We've gone 10 minutes in this first quarter. Lual comes back on and into the ruck, and they haven't really been able to win clearances, the Rebels, but they're winning everything else. So this time, it's just going to spill out. Patrick McKenna it was that grabbed it and ran with it. Really good mark at half forward taken by Mitch Ward. Takes a bounce, run down, but not before he got a kick away. There's enough pressure on the kick, though, to allow Lincoln Brand to float across the front and intercept Mark. So he switches the play to Van Creek. Van Creek has a teammate further afield. It's a good option. He should take off and go. He does. It's Orsita, but geez, he was run down. Said he should play on, but the rundown tackle was better from Jacob Lucas. Nice kick up towards half forward, and must be said, Archie Beattie wins a 2-on-1. His kick was smothered. He should get the handball back here if he wants it. Snap around the corner from the Rebels. This might swing back. It does. 4th goal already for the Rebels goes to Harrison Welsh. It was high up and under, but often those snaps do start bending back the other way after you kick them high enough. And that was a nice goal to cap off a good bit of play. So Harrison Welsh gets his first. The Rebels have 4, and it is an ominous sign for the Bushrangers outfit. It looked like the Bushrangers were getting the better of the play so early in the contest, but it's certainly swung pretty quickly in favour of the Rebels as one of the Bushrangers makes his way off the ground. He looks pretty sore. We hope all is well with him. Meanwhile, the ball has been thrown back up in the middle, and it will be another free kick to the Rebels. And going inside forward 50 with a chiselling ball there was the goal scorer, Harrison Welsh. He probably hit it a little bit too low, and it was spoiled by a Bushrangers player. As just trying to understand who it is. So for the Bushrangers, it is Lincoln Brand who's come off the ground and looks pretty worse for wear, nudging what looks like a shoulder injury. So hopefully he's okay. Bushrangers now get some much needed relief with a great mark taken by Axel Saunders. Nudged his opponent under the footy. Drives it up towards right half forward. Harrison Thompson has it now. Left foot ball gets into a dangerous position for the Bushrangers. They've just overrun the ball there, and Lual feeds back a handball, and the Rebels, they're under pressure here. Kick just got away before the tackle. Probably be happy to take this out of bounds, but in true Rebels fashion, as we've seen today, they will take the game on, and now the ball's with Marnie Gilchrist. Spots up a teammate, puts it at his feet, hard to grab, couldn't quite grab it. Tanner Miller tried to find a teammate, but Lual was there to chop it off. Now we've got a 4-on-4 inside the Rebels forward 50. Lucky bounce for the Bushrangers means probably can get reinforcements back, but not before the Rebels can storm through the contest. Sonny Tamanawanui spots up a teammate deep inside forward 50, and it's Archie Beattie this time who gets a chance 15 metres out directly in front to get his first and the Rebels' 5th. So we mentioned ominous signs. This will certainly have alarm bells ringing in the coaching box for the Bushrangers, and it is goal number 5 for the Rebels. So Archie Beattie this time gets his first. So it's all singles for the Bushrangers to Beattie, Welsh, Moananui, Ward, Lual and Burkett. Looking to complete the clean sweep are the Rebels this afternoon after winning the girls game at 10 a.m. today, the Div 2 game at midday, and looking in a pretty strong position here at 2:15. Lual did well to follow up, got a handball out the back, and the Rebels are just streaming forward. Lowering of the eyes is a beautiful kick. Xavier Cummins it was who didn't blaze away. Spotted up a teammate in a better position as they get around Cummins for that nice bit of football. And Archie Beattie licking his lips. Chance to kick 2 in a row. So he leans back on that one. It's not going to be a goal and probably not going to be a score at all. So out of bounds on the full. Again, though, it is the dominance of the Rebels that we've seen so far. It's a nice short kick out of the left back pocket and going to be a dangerous kick into the corridor now. If it doesn't come off, then the Rebels are in good position, and once again they're unselfish. That time it was Wareham who could have had a shot for goal, tried to find a teammate. Bushrangers just going to hack it out of there to try and relieve some pressure. It's a one-on-one. Winning the ball really well there was Archie Purtle. And this will get up towards the wing. Geez, big clash. Nice commitment from both players. Strong contest. Certainly starting to chase hard. Charlie Jelly it was that sends the ball inside forward 50 for the Rebels. They've got players out the back. Streaming into an open goal is Toby Hellesy. And he gets the 6th goal of the afternoon for the Rebels. A bit of a hush out here. Of course, the crowd has seen the Rebels dominate in the previous 2 games, and it certainly looks like much of the same so far. 6 straight 36 leads, 1-1-7, and well, they're just really battling at the minute. Considering the Bushrangers did kick the first goal of the day, it was 7-0, and since then it's 6 straight the way of the Rebels. So true and utter dominance. This clearance should go the way of the Bushrangers, although again Boswell fortunately caught with the ball. He's got to be careful not to give away 50 metres. So Lual, the ruckman, nice bit of work to follow up after the hit out. He kicks it up towards half forward. It's a bit of a chaos ball, and as such, does cause a bit of chaos. It's the Bushrangers that turn it over. Up towards Basile. Basile wins the 2-on-1, but his kick was smothered by Lual. We should get a stoppage here. We haven't seen too many of them so far. It's been a pretty open game of football. So Lual gets a nice run and jump straight down to a Bushrangers player, but Cummins is there to grab onto the football. He's held up in a tackle and we'll have a ball up far side wing. So some linking hands from the Bushrangers. Probably one too many, but they maintain possession. This kick is dangerous up into the middle of the ground, but a strong mark is taken. Looks like it's Max Thomas of the Bushrangers. Lowers his eyes to half forward. They're going to roll and go straight away. This is better from the Bushrangers. Kick in towards the pocket from Dashiell Smith. Didn't quite work. Axel Saunders follows up and keeps it in play. For how long, we'll find out soon. It does remain in the boundaries of the ground. Quick follow-up tackle by Basile. Umpire's going to say holding the man. Free kick, Rebels. So they won't manufacture a shot on goal. They're going to go towards the big fella, Lual. Jumped over the back and nearly claimed the contested mark. Forward handball there was cut off. Ben O'Brien it was that gave it, but now it gets to Tamburo. Tamburo across to Boswell. Boswell just snaps it on the left. It gets over Lual there of the Rebels. Handball in search of Riley Downer. And as has been for most of the quarter, the Rebels managed to rebound the ball. This kick is going to land about 45 metres out directly in front. Lual's got the sit and takes a really strong contested mark. So Ruot Lual been in everything so far. His kick went in search of Mitch Ward. Went over his head. Followed up nicely. It's with Lucas O'Hora of the Bushrangers. He fed it back. They're just clinging on for dear life here, the Bushrangers. Struggling to get any sort of clean play. Handball again there from Ben O'Brien. And the umpire is going to say mine and ball it up. So 46 seconds left in this first quarter. The Bushrangers trail 117 to 6 straight 36. While again clearly wins the hit out. Got it down to Marnie Gilchrist. Couldn't get a boot on it. Probably dribbles about 5 to 10 metres away from the stoppage, and then Basile from the Bushrangers will send it back inside forward 50. Chopped off by the Rebels, who are going to have one last crack at a 4-0 forward before quarter time. They're going to get there first, but overrun it. He's still got time to clean it up. That was Emerton Hooper. Quickly moved it further afield to Hellesy. Hellesy with a bit of a hacky kick inside forward 50, and that'll do us for the first quarter. So a strong start from the Bushrangers, but that's just about where it ended. The first couple of shots on goal, they led it 7-0, and then an onslaught from the Rebels. This has been the story of the day so far. 6 straight goals they piled on since then, and they lead it by 29 points. The goal scorers, it was Alex Whitlock who got the first of the day for the Rebels. He kicked it out of midair in the goal square. We thought the Bushrangers were on fire early, but the Rebels quickly stopped them in their tracks, and singles to Beattie, Welsh, Moananui, Ward, Burkett and Hellesy means that they go in 29-point leaders at quarter time. So much to do, much to think about for the Bushrangers outfit. We'll be back for the second quarter shortly. Here you are watching the VLine Community Cup. Welcome back here for the second quarter of the Div 1 matchup now. So we're at Learmonth Learmonth Recreation Reserve. And it is a Rebels slaughter once again. So up in the ruck go both teams, and thankfully for the Bushrangers, Van Creek is going to get the first clearance of the quarter. Towards left half forward, wrapped up in a tackle. We'll have a ball up and going to need to play pretty flawlessly, the Bushrangers from here, giving the Rebels a 5-goal head start basically. So from the ball up, not much to write home about. We'll have another ball up in the same position. Lual goes up, wins the hit out down. And players at ground level just fumbling around with it and finding a way out of the congestion was Marnie Gilchrist. Quick kick out of the stoppage only went as far as Max Thomas, who's going to get into the middle of the ground and put it into the hot spot. Lual just grabbed the football and dragged it in. That was Marley Lual. They'll have a ball up inside the attacking 50 for the Bushrangers. Taking the tackler on there. Could have been paid. Tamburo hands it off. It's a quick shot on goal. It might float over the line. Just kept in play. Snap over the head is a goal. Ryder Robertson. So they get the first of the second quarter. Once again, that is how they started the first quarter, it must be said. Started early. Looked like they were on top and then everything fell apart. So at least for now, they keep themselves in the contest. Ryder Robertson getting his first goal of the day. It's 6 straight 36 leads 2-1-13 here at Learmonth Reserve. Nice bit of crafty forward nous there to just grab it and kick it over his head. He, as they like to say, certainly knows where the goals are. So in the ruck for the Bushrangers was Ben O'Brien going up against Marley Lual. Clearance is going to go, well, the first meaningful clearance will go the way of Wareham. Wareham puts it on his left foot up towards half forward. Lucas O'Hora won it back for the Bushrangers, and Basile beaten in a one-on-one. The Rebels will turn this one back over. Couple of options in the middle of the ground. Elects to go long down the line. Floating across the front of the pack there and going to be paid the mark. The umpire's actually going to pull out a free kick. So it's with Lewis Boswell. Points to his teammates and says get down the line. Board. Was Vicky feeding it. So Charlie Gell finds his teammate. It's with Thomas Hodge. Hodge plays. Kick a bit of a wobbly one up to full forward. Snap from deep in the pocket. Comes from Archie Beattie, but can only register a minor score to the near side. So first blemish on the scoreboard for the Rebels. It's 6-1-37 leads 2-1-13. 16 and a half minutes left in the second quarter. And from the kick in, couldn't find a target and will be thrown in left forward pocket for the Rebels. Onto the ground comes Mitch Ward, one of the goal scorers in the first quarter. Again, the throw-in evades both ruckmen. Tamburo taps it to his advantage, but set upon by a Rebels player. And a bit of a messy start to this second quarter. Rebels work it out and Shot on goal is going to come now from Patrick McKenna. And it's more of the same for the Rebels. They get one back. They just kept the ball moving in their direction. Didn't want it to become a dead ball. And, well, that's the result you get. Take the game on and they register another goal. Their 7th. Worth pointing out that all goals have been different goal kickers. So all 7 have come from different players. We've got singles to Beattie, Welsh, Moananui, Ward, Burkett, McKenna and Hellesy. So they're spreading the load, the Rebels. Always a good sign, getting goals from multiple different outlets. It's a 30-point margin again. The Wild goes up against Ben O'Brien. Clearance is going to go clearly the way of the Rebels. Right half forward, the ball now with Mitch Ward. Lowers his eyes, couldn't quite hit the target. Probably not going to matter though, because a dribbling ball from the right forward pocket goes through from Thomas Hodge. So you can chalk up another individual goal kicker. That is 8. And Thomas Hodge was just in the right spot at the right time. Stretches the margin out to 6 goals, and the Rebels look like they might be on their way. So I'll ball it back up. It's 8-1-49, leads 2-1-13. Both sides very accurate at. And the Wild taps it to himself and wins the clearance. Nice bit of ruck work there. Handball over the top of the head was creative. Moananui sends it towards the top of the goal square. Previous goal kicker Hodge looked like he had a grab of the jumper. Handball comes corridor. Luckily for the Bushrangers, it's whacked over the boundary line. So we'll have a ball in deep in the left forward pocket for the Rebels. 8-1-49 leads 2-1-13. 13 and a half minutes left in the second quarter. So grabbed straight out of the ruck there, Addison Goldsmark. With a nice bit of play. Umpire is going to ping holding the ball, so nice free kick will go the way of the Bushrangers. They certainly need something to change the momentum. So Smith goes up the middle, probably not the right idea, although the Wild got an unlucky bounce. We've seen a few players slip in the middle of the ground. Rebels have numbers out here if they want to use them. It's now with Billy O'Kelly. He'll just whack it up towards the forward 50. Mitch Ward flew nicely. Good bit of dodging work here done by the Rebels. 1-2 comes back into the middle. Probably should have had a shot there, but didn't. Now the flying shot on goal. It was Wareham who dodged. Pring has a quick snap, but it's going to dribble out of bounds inside the right forward pocket for the Rebels. So another ball in. 12 and a half minutes left. Patrick McKenna all by himself here. A quick kick away from the stoppage, so they're set up nicely here, the Rebels. Snap on goal comes from Wareham. It's bending, but just too far, and has to be a free kick in the goal square for an overzealous attempt at a hanger. Free kick will go the way of the Bushrangers to Lachlan Prosser. And Prosser's got a short option here in the back pocket. He finds Van Creek. Van Creek looking inboard. He'll decide to kick it to a contest up at half back. They're going to win it down here, the Bushrangers. McCarthy's going to snap it towards one-on-one deep inside their forward half, and they're going to win the free kick through Alex Whitlock. So we've got an open forward line if they can move it quickly. Option short as well. Going to take his time. Whitlock now plays on. Uses that left foot of his. Kicks it into the pocket. Nice spoil there from the Rebels defenders. They'll escort this one over the boundary line, and that will get us to just about halfway through the second quarter. 8-1-49 leads 2-1-13 here at Leaworth Reserve. Well, won it down, got it to Cummins. Cummins zigged and zagged and brought it up the middle of the ground. It's a good kick. He's got to go back with the flight here. Couldn't quite grasp it. Bushrangers win it back through Ben O'Brien. O'Brien inside forward 50. couldn't find a target. Bushrangers just struggling to connect with the forwards. Kick here towards the wing comes out to Ward. Mitch Ward wastes no time. Little short 15-metre kick inboard to Paddy Sell. Paddy Sell does the same thing. Finds Harrison Welsh. Welsh just pulls the kick nicely and he's going to find a target. This is Patrick Ragg. Ragg goes central. Geez, Ward nearly got on the end of that. Worked hard forward of the ball, but couldn't reel it in, and will have a ball in inside the forward 50. So probably about 35 out from goal. Ruat Lual's just sitting off the back of this contest. Umpire with a quick whistle will have a ball up again. So just a little bit of a lull in this period of the game. Rebels certainly looking the better and at least more polished of the two sides. Cummins tried to rip it out. He's got some good size on him as a midfielder. And he's proving a bit of a handful for the Bushrangers mids. So snap around the body there, up towards the goal square. That was Ragg, but doing a good job with the Bushrangers defenders to come back. But the kick has let them down, and Toby Hellesy has a chance, if he wants, to become the first multiple goal kicker of the afternoon. We got one in the first quarter, Hellesy, and he's been playing a bit in the ruck and up forward. Got himself into a nice position there to capitalise on the turnover. And will kick it from 25 out, tight angle. Doesn't hit it well, but hits it okay because there's going to be a huge contested mark taken. The Rebels are just out-competing the Bushrangers, and it is Moen Anui who gets a chance for number 2 after a really strong and genuine contested mark. Very much expect him to go on and kick this. He's sporting the Slim Shady bleach blonde shaved head. Can he get goal number 2? He can. That is his second of the afternoon. The first player to do so in this game, and it stretches the margin out even further. The Rebels raised the bat for the half century. And Bushrangers are really battling here ever since they got the first goal of each quarter. So it's 9-1, 55 leads 2-1, 13. It's a 42-point margin. There's 7.5 minutes to go, and the Bushrangers are starting to hurt. So Lual and Thompson will do the ruck duties. Lual won it and tapped it forward. Coming off the wing there for the Bushrangers was Luca Orsita. He sent it inside forward 50. Bushrangers players probably spoiled each other. Nice rundown tackle from Allen. Umpire didn't reward him, and now the Rebels are going to try and slingshot through Emerson Hooper. Forward handball hits the deck. The Bushrangers were the first ones there. Lewis Boswell going to hack kick it forward, but again it's the Rebels that cut it off, and now they'll get dangerous here in the middle of the ground. It's with Cummins. Kicks it up towards the wing. Kick's going to favour Ward, and he's going to cut back inside. He's about 75 from home. Lowers his eye inside forward 50. Nice bit of work there from Tanner Miller to spoil his opponent. A quick spiral forward. Carries over the top of a couple of unsuspecting players. Basile really clean at ground level, but probably took a little bit too long and manages to benefit from a dangerous tackle there. So Basile's got a man at half forward. If he can get it there quickly enough, umpire's going to pay the free kick the way of Heath Sutcliffe after Emerton Hooper just infringed. The umpire hasn't done him any favours by throwing the ball on the ground, but nonetheless he will have a shot, Heath Sutcliffe, from about 45 out if he chooses to do so. So he thinks once, thinks twice, and decides to set it up into the pocket. It's a really nice kick, and the mark is going to be taken by Alex Whitlock, who got their first goal of the day. He's going to have to negotiate a tight angle here. Whether he goes the left foot snap or the banana will be revealed in a moment. He comes around on the left boot. He strikes it nicely. He likes it, and that is their third goal of the afternoon, the Bushrangers. Good bit of work, classy finish. Alex Whitlock. Finish was good, the mark was good as well. So that was all class, and much needed goal goes the way of the Bushrangers after what feels like an onslaught from the Rebels in this second quarter. That breaks a run of 3 straight from the Rebels. And Alex Whitlock certainly looks a dangerous prospect inside forward 50 this afternoon. So we're back in the middle. This time it'll be Hodge that goes up against Thompson. Quick handball from Tamburo into space, only as far as Jelly. Jelly with a little dribbling ball up towards half forward. Cut off there by O'Hora. Now the next hack kick is in a dangerous position here for the Rebels if they can pick it up and be clean with it. Dancing his way through traffic was Petrie. And Petrie misses to the near side. So 9-2, 56 leads 3-1, 19. We've got 4 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Short kick out of fullback finds Van Creek. Assesses his options. He's going to go up the middle of the ground to a contest. Spoil brings it out towards the wing. Good follow-up piece of work there from Lachlan Pring. Hop, skip and a jump sees the ball go out of bounds for a throw-in. Again, the open side of the ground there's plenty of space out the back of this contest if either side is able to get hold of it. A lot of people at this stoppage though, so not a lot of room to manoeuvre at the coalface. Snap around the body from Jelly. He's going to find a target. Dropping and slipping was Hellisy. Back to Ward. Ward finds Lucas. Lucas lowers his eyes but just overshoots the target, and Miller takes an intercept mark. Wasting no time, Miller tries to find Van Creek in the pocket, but kick did him no favours, and we're going to have another shot on goal for the Rebels coming up. So just tried to move it a little bit too quickly, and now Lachlan Petrie can kick his first major of the game. He comes in. We've got a great look at it from here, right behind him as he kicks it, and he struck it beautifully, never looked like missing. Petrie gets his first. The Rebels get goal number 10. And have to feel like the Bushrangers just shot themselves in the foot a little bit there. Tried to move the ball quickly out of the back half, and if you turn it over there, you can always expect open forwards ready to strike, and Petrie was in the right spot to take advantage. Gets another goal. That's goal number 4 for the quarter for the Rebels, and the margin stretches back out to 43 points. So a 2-minute warning. That's all that is left in this half of footy. Has been a dominant display from the Rebels midfielders and forwards, and more of the same out of this stoppage. So Wareham finds McKenna. Wareham back to McKenna, streaming through up towards full forward, trying to find a target. Comes out to Ward, manufactures a handball. Bushrangers under a lot of pressure, and they're just going to hack it up and hope. Kick went towards Tamburo, did well to bring it to ground. Now the ball's in open space. Who can get there first? It was Tamburo, but couldn't lay the tackle, the second tackle either. Lucas broke, got it to Cummins, who's going to draw a teammate in. Well, he was cut off there. Really good bit of defensive play by the Bushrangers. That was Allen. Unfortunately for him, he got a bit of his own medicine and had the same thing happen to him. Cummins dodges back out of traffic. Releasing handball is good, but the next one wasn't. So both sides struggling to string a chain of possession together here. A lot of smothering going on. The pressure's good. Manu Anui tried to capitalise there, and now the Bushrangers have numbers, but it was only getting as far as Marley Lual. So Lual, his kick towards half forward, couldn't find a target. Nice one-handed pick up by Allen. Up towards the wing. Basile had an opportunity there to get out the back, but the kick went over his head and over the boundary line for a throw-in. So 20 seconds left in this first half. The Bushrangers, probably the only team that can score from this position. You're going to have to do it pretty quickly. So it comes out the back. Both sides basically raffle it. Handball comes the way of Orsita. Couldn't hold on to it. Nice bit of dashing work out of the congestion there from Wareham. Kicks it up towards half forward. It's going to have to take a miracle kick from here before the siren goes, and there it is. So half time here at Learmonth Reserve. We thought the Bushrangers were looking likely early in the game, but they really haven't fired a shot since those early stages. It's the Rebels 10-2-62 leading the Bushrangers 3-1-19 here at half-time. The goal kickers, and there are plenty of them for the Rebels, are Mo and Anui with the only multiple tally. He's got 2, and then singles to Petrie, Beattie, Hodge, Welsh, Ward, Burkett, McKenna and Hellesy. Just the 3 goals for the Bushrangers. 2 of them went the way of Alex Whitlock, who had a nice classy finish there deep into the second quarter. And then Ryder Robertson also has one himself. So a lot of work to do here at half-time for the Bushrangers. They trail it by 43 points. We'll bring you the third quarter's action in around 5 to 10 minutes. But it is the Rebels doing all the running and doing all the scoring so far here at Learmonth Reserve. So welcome back here for the second half of what has been a great day here at Learmonth Reserve for the VLine Community Cup. There's been a bit of one-way traffic across the afternoon and the early mornings, with the Rebels looking set to complete the hat-trick of wins. If you are just joining us, the Bushrangers struck early, looked to have a bit of momentum, but the Rebels responded fairly quickly and shut down any time, and barring any grand mishaps, would expect to be running away with this as pretty comfortable winners. But Bushrangers have a half to prove that otherwise. So you hear the siren. The ball back in the middle, and we are away. So Lawal and Thompson go head-to-head in the ruck early on. Thompson has a win from a hit-out point of view, but no clearance to speak of for either side. So a couple of metres to the right, and we'll do it all again. This time Thompson basically grabs his own hit-out, but couldn't get rid of it in time, so that's going to be holding the football. Looking for a option to hand off to Billy O'Kelly. Decides to just chip it sideways to McKenna. McKenna goes further up the line. Now they're going to bring it back inboard. This time Billy O'Kelly gets involved again. Lowers his eyes up towards half forward. The kick to Manu Anui isn't great, but Ward's there to make it look okay. His handball finds Pring. Pring dances around one and dribbles one inside the forward 50. In the right spot there for the Rebels was Jacob Lucas, but he took on the defender and couldn't get rid of it. Legally, I should say. So free kick goes the way of the Bushrangers. Dashiel Smith wins it, and they move it up towards half back. So left half back, and the ensuing kick's going to be cut off, as we've seen many a time today, by Patrick McKenna. So the Rebels will reload. Well, reload, but not before they are on the receiving end of a 50-metre penalty. So this will take McKenna just about within range. Fairly generous 50-metre penalty as well. So 90-degree angle. Well and truly within range for McKenna. And he has the chance to open the scoring in the second half for the Rebels. So already has one today. Looking to get his second of the match, and he does it with relative ease. So a little bit lucky to receive the 50-metre penalty, but no luck involved with the finish, and he's put together a fairly good performance now. 2 goals to go along with plenty of intercepts at half back. The Rebels extend their margin. So 11-68 leads 3-1-19. It's bordering on 50 points now, 49 the official margin, but unfortunately, if you're a Bushrangers fan, it does look like the gap is widening and not closing. Lawal and Thompson go head-to-head again. This time the Bushrangers will win a clearance. Running sideways and now up towards half-forward. It's a good kick. Mark was dropped there by Whitlock. Tried to follow up at ground level, appealed for a free kick, didn't get one. Ball comes out towards Bior, Lawal, and now the Rebels are out over the back if they use it correctly. That kick was almost turned over. It probably should have been, but again, the Rebels, just through weight of numbers, are going to win the ball back inside forward 50. Dodging one way, then back the other was Wareham. High up and under towards the goal square. He's going to dribble over the boundary line for a minor score. So 11-3-69 leads 3-1-19. It is officially a 50-point margin. The Rebels certainly don't look like they're going to rest on their laurels. They're pretty keen to hammer home the advantage, and well, turnovers like that make things fairly easy. Kicked into the corridor now, looking for Beattie, just out of his reach, but quick snap around the body from Wareham is going to extract full revenge. He gets his second of the day. Well, sorry, he gets his first, I should say. And the Rebels skip away even further, so 56 points now. And the Bushrangers are starting to drop their heads a bit. So 12-3-75 leads 3-1-19. It was a horrible turnover in the defensive 50 for the Bushrangers, and that makes it fairly hard to defend anything coming back the other way. And Wareham was loose and just had to snap around a fairly regulation shot on goal inside the forward 50. So 2 quick goals to start this third quarter, and the Wild gets up and wins a nice tap. It landed in Anton Basile's lap, and he's been moved into the midfield. Quickly set upon by the Rebels, and we'll have a repeat stoppage. So coming through there were the Rebels once again. This kick's going to go to the top of the goal square, but in the right position there was Tanner Miller, got his opponent under the ball and manages to take a nice intercept mark. His kick, though, is not quite up to the standard he would have hoped, and it's going to dribble out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. So thrown back in, right half forward for the Rebels. Petrie kept it in play. This ball now top of the goal square, nearly marked there by Paddy Sell. Dropped the chest mark. He probably spent it before he earned it. Wareham handballs it over the back of his head. Quick 1-2 here now. Linking through was Charlie Jelly, and he gets another. So they put the foot down here to start the third quarter. Another goal scorer to add to the tally. This time it was Charlie Jelly, who was a nice 1-2, gave it off and got it back. Didn't give up on the play and slotted it through nicely. So everyone getting involved now for the Rebels. Can't imagine this was how the Bushrangers would have wanted to start the third quarter. But it is how it has unfolded. 13-3-81 leads 3-1-19. No sign of let up from the Rebels. They are looking to drive home this advantage as hard as they can. So sharking Lual's hit out was Lewis Boswell. Couldn't get a kick away to register the clearance. This time Thompson wins it. And it will be an inside 50 the way of the Bushrangers. Nice bit of work by the Rebels to ensure that they couldn't mark it. That was Emerton Hooper who laid the spoil. Rebels again have numbers at ground level and they'll win it back. Kick's going to get up towards the wing. Again, the Rebels are outnumbered, but they're finding a way to just halve these contests. Rummaging around there was Dalshiel Smith. Lucas is able to hand it back. Madison Godsmark, just with a calm head, spots up a target inboard, and now the Bushrangers can bring it up with purpose into the middle of the ground. Dashiel Smith takes a contested mark. They've got options inside forward 50. The kick's high up and under. Gives the Rebels a good chance to turn this over. Bit of a gang tackle there by Jelly and Cummins means that Ryder Robertson cannot get his boot to ball, and we'll have a ball up at right half forward for the Bushrangers. So from the restart, Ward lays a strong tackle. Mitch Ward, of course, got a goal in the first half, so he's one of the better players. Quick hack kick from the stoppage only goes as far as Thompson, but couldn't quite hang on to it. Manu Anui overran the football, and the Bushrangers are going to try and keep this in. So they're going to take a risk and bring it back into the middle of the ground. It's not going to pay off, and now Petrie has numbers inside forward 50. Kicks it over the back of Paddy Sell. It's going to get rushed over the goal line. Nice bit of work by Tanner Miller to make sure that the Rebels didn't get their 14th goal, although they may not have to wait much longer. So a dangerous kick from fullback is luckily marked by a Bushrangers player. His kick up towards the wing is going to be chopped off, and here come the Rebels through Burkett. His kick was just over the top of his target. Manu Anui squares it up to the teeth of the goals, but again, the Bushrangers do have an answer. This time it was Patrick McCarthy who took the intercept mark, and now we're up towards the far side wing where an unmarked Luca Orsita will take the ball. Orsita drives it up towards the wing. Nice bit of work there by Alex Whitlock, who, of course, has 2 of Bushrangers' 3 goals. Now we're at left half forward for the Bushrangers. First real chance to try and put some scoreboard pressure on, but again, the Rebels are just up to the challenge, and a diving mark taken by Cummins is going to, well, release what we thought was Charlie Jelly, but they're going to pay a 50-metre penalty to Cummins, so he's going to move it up to about the halfway line. Not wasting any time kicking up towards Paddy Sell. It was just about an uncontested mark, but let it slip through his fingers, and now we'll have a ball up at right half forward. 13-4-82 leads 3-1-19. We've gone 10 minutes in this third quarter. So Lual wins the hit out, but Bushrangers are trying to even things up around the football. Lewis Boswell dove in underneath the pack. Again, the ball gets released, and the Rebels are going to go inside 50 again, and doing some nice body work was Wareham, the earlier goal scorer in this quarter. He's played on accidentally. Now he has to zig and zag past 2 people. They're basically raffling this, but they had enough time. Snap around the body comes from Jelly, and there is number 14. And Jelly gets his second goal of this contest, and it really has been a domination, in particular in this third quarter for the Rebels. All smiles from the Rebels players coming off the bench. Certainly a relaxed environment now. 69-point margin. Not much to complain about. Mind you, if you are a Bushrangers fan, this is a bit of an ugly watch after half-time. Tamburo in the middle there. Hit out one cleanly. Lual bodies his opponent out of the way, and Lachlan Pring tried to run away from his opponent. Looked like he'd been caught, but did enough to win a free kick for in the back. Now he drives up towards centre half forward. Mark is going to be taken by Harrison Welsh. Moves it further afield. The Rebels have numbers in front of the ball, but some nice defending there. Some rapid movement of the ball from Tanner Miller, who has been one of the better players off half-back there for the Bushrangers. Now the snap kick's going to land in the hands of Toby Hellisey. He's going to bring it inboards towards Jacob Lucas. Lucas with a dart inside forward 50, just over the head of Samuel Wareham. Again, though, the Rebels pouring on the pressure inside their forward 50. And Hellisey's going to take a intercept mark here, 55 from home. Lowers his eyes into the corridor. Moananui, the first one to the contest. Lowering of the eyes again. Nice bit of ball movement. Lands in the hands of Patrick McKenna. Slide angle, 35 out directly in front. So McKenna already has 2 this afternoon, so a chance for number 3, which would make him the leading goal kicker on the ground, and he does so. 15-4-94 leads 3-1-19. Patrick McKenna, the leading goal scorer on the ground. He has 3 to his name. And the Rebels have skipped away to a 73-point margin. Correction, 75-point margin. 6.5 minutes left in this third quarter. 15-4-94 leads 3-1-19, so 19 scoring shots to just 4. The Rebels have kicked 6 goals to none in this third quarter. And we wondered if we would see a response from the Bushrangers after half-time, and if anything, we've seen the Rebels go up a notch. So Tamburo wins a rare clearance for the Bushrangers. Doing a good job there was Boswell to get around his opponent and bring it into the middle. There's a chance here for Whitlock, looking for goal number 3. Ball doesn't quite bounce his way, staying involved though. Tackle laid now, and we'll have a ball up deep inside the forward 50 for the Bushrangers. So this is a real opportunity for them to get one back here. Again, goalless in this third quarter so far. Clearance goes the way of the Rebels. Still inside forward 50 though for the Bushrangers, and Basile is happy to be wrapped up, and we'll have a throw up here. About 48 from home for the Bushrangers. Basile couldn't quite grab it. Tamburo did, but he was wrapped up pretty quickly by Billy O'Kelly. So Basile runs through that stoppage. It was a good bit of movement. He's unlucky to be caught there. So that's going to be another 50-metre penalty. That's the third time this quarter that the Bushrangers have infringed and given one away. So just a little bit ill-disciplined. Jacob Lucas has the ball and no one in front of him. So he's going to play on, take a bounce, drive it deep inside the forward 50, but chopped off by the Bushrangers. Nice work there by Tanner Miller. Probably been their best key defender, it has to be said, but Marley Lual has been equally as good for the Rebels. Takes a bit of time there, and that means this kick is under pressure. Manu Inui runs underneath it, but again, Wareham's at ground level, giving off to McKenna for number 4. I should say that was Paddy Sell, would have been his first of the match, but kicks it out of bounds on the full, so still a 74-point margin. In fact, it might have been touched off the boot, so we're going to have a throw in deep inside the forward 50. Rebels just the solitary major away from ticking it over to the 100, and they're going to get a pretty quick opportunity to do it. Paddy Sell, who was the man that just missed his shot on goal, his chance to get his first, and now he gets another opportunity, a mulligan basically straight away. So 25, 30 metres out, 45-degree angle. This will get the Rebels into triple digits if he can kick truly. He kicks and just drives it across the face of goal. So 15-5-95 leads 3-2-20. There's 2.5 minutes left, and Bushrangers are basically crawling to three-quarter time. That kick is to an out number and will almost certainly be coming back the other way. Ward finds Wareham. Wareham, not his best kick. He does follow up and lay a nice tackle. He's at the bottom of the pack now, releases the ball, doesn't want to get pinged for holding the footy, and will now have a ball up, 45 out, slide angle in front of the Rebels goal. 2 minutes left in this third quarter. Bushrangers have numbers here. They should be able to work it out, and they do. So Elijah McLeod gets it up towards the wing, but easily turned over by Emerton Hooper, who immediately turns into the corridor and kicks it into what is a dangerous spot. Doing nicely there was Hodge to break even, and we'll have a ball up in basically the middle of the ground. So doing well at ground level there was Billy O'Kelly. Looked like a high tackle, and it was. It's going to be a downfield free kick to the Rebels. So hit up inside forward 50. It was Archie Beattie who couldn't quite hold on to the mark. Manu Inui tried to lay a tackle but couldn't get his hands on Ryder Robertson. Snap outside. Their defensive 50 finds Heath Sutcliffe. So Sutcliffe now towards Tambori, who misjudges it. Ward goes on his left foot. He was searching for Charlie Jelly, but couldn't quite get it to him. And now run down and somehow manages to get a handball away, but only as far as the Rebels. And now Lachlan Pring has, it looks like, Archer Beatty inside the forward pocket. It was in a 2-on-1, and he was always going to be hard-pressed to win that. So Smith takes a couple of bounces, but unfortunately ran too far without taking his third. Inside forward 50 go the Rebels again, and this time Archer Beatty manages to hang on, and we'll have what is the last kick of the third quarter to bring up goal number 2. And we'll hear the siren in a moment. It should go before he kicks, so he has time to adjust and isn't put off by it. So his kick for goal will register a minor score. It's 15-6-96, the Rebels to 3-2-20. The Bushrangers go goalless in the third quarter, and unfortunately that means they are out of this contest. The goal kickers, so 15 goals for the Rebels. They've had multiples to McKenna with 3, Sonny Tamoananui with 2, Charlie Jelly with 2, and then singles to Petrie, Beatty, Hodge, Welsh, Ward, Burkett, Wareham and Hellesy. On the other side, it is the same position that the scorecard was at halftime. It's Alex Whitlock with 2 majors for the Bushrangers and Ryder Robertson, the only other goal kicker. So comprehensively beaten so far, the Bushrangers. Will come back for the final quarter, where hopefully, from their point of view, they can try and make this scoreboard look a little bit more pretty. If you're a Rebel, it's been a pretty easy watch this afternoon, winning the first 2 games of the Carnival, and certainly going to complete the hat-trick now, you would think, barring some miracle. So that's 3-quarter time. It's a 76-point margin the way of the Rebels, and we'll be back for the final quarter. So we're set to go now for the final quarter of day one of the VLine Community Carnival. It has been one-way traffic, as we mentioned earlier, the way of the GWV Rebels. They have comprehensively been the better side today, and that is quite clearly demonstrated on the scoreboard. 15-6-96 leads 3-2-20. It's 76 points the way of the Rebels, and the Bushrangers will be hoping they can do some sort of, well, make some sort of inroads into that deficit, or else it could push triple figures. So the first clearance is going to go the way of the Rebels. It's Archer Beatty further up the ground than he has been for most of the day. The Bushrangers just unfortunately find themselves under so much pressure at every moment in this contest. Ashiel Smith there trying to be creative and bring the ball into the corridor, but immediately tackled, and now we'll have a throw in at left half forward. Expect the coaches to probably swing the magnets a bit and try players in different positions. And the Bushrangers, nothing has really worked for them, so worth finding out who can play where. So up towards the wing. And again over the boundary line, we'll have a throw in on the far side. It's the first minute down in this quarter. The intensity of this game is slowly dropping away with the big margin. A couple of obvious changes for the Rebels. We've got both Ruat Lual and Marley Lual deep inside forward 50, and they might get an opportunity here to hit the scoreboard. The Rebels have numbers at ground level. Feeding it back there for the Bushrangers was Smith. They did nicely. Smith found Robertson, and Robertson was able to find another teammate just outside the defensive 50. So keeping it in play there are the Rebels. It was Thomas Hodge who was keen to keep the ball moving, as was Emerton Hooper, but overall the boundary wins the battle. We'll have a throw in. 17 and a half minutes remaining. So Billy O'Kelly was who tried to get on top of the football there from the throw in, but unfortunately it evaded him, and we'll have another stoppage. So up in the ruck was Paddy Sell for the Rebels, and now the Bushrangers get a chance at centre half forward through Lewis Boswell. He's got Whitlock inside forward 50 if he wants him. Decides to go for Basile, who looked like he should have been paid the mark. Handed it off to a teammate who took a little bit too long to get rid of it. Now it finds Whitlock on the left, who snaps around the body and gets number 3. So clearly been the most dangerous proposition inside forward 50 for the Bushrangers has Alex Whitlock, and nice bit of work there to finish calmly on his left foot, snap it around the corner and get the first goal of the second half for the Bushrangers. 15-6-96 leads 4-2-26. And much needed goal from Whitlock to stem the bleeding. So 70-point margin it is now. And the Bushrangers will be just looking to try and get a couple in a row here. The clearance does go the way of the Rebels, but stopping it in its tracks was Smith. He tried to sum it up and get himself out of trouble, but he was wrapped up by Beatty, who lowers his eyes and moves it further afield towards Charlie Marnie Gilchrist. So he'd have to kick this from just beyond the arc. Certainly doesn't look overly confident with the distance, but his kick will go right towards the top of the goal square. Lual was there, trying to take the mark, and cleverly rushing it over the boundary line was a Bushrangers defender. We'll have a kick in 71 point margin. So the kick is almost turned over. This time it was Marley Lual who got his hands on it but couldn't hold on to the mark. Comes out towards Beattie, who got whacked around the head and deserves a free kick for high contact and will get one. So you think this will be goal number 2 for Archer Beattie. Taken around the neck. 20 out directly in front. And should be putting this through the middle. In comes Archer Beattie and gets goal number 2 of his afternoon. Well, that brings up the 100 for the Rebels. It's 16-7, 103, leads 4-2-26. It's a 77-point margin. And it is really a flawless performance from the Rebels. The only blemish you could say is that the Bushrangers have scored the first goal of 3 of the quarters and yet only find themselves down by 77 points. So 3 of their 4 goals have all come at the start of quarters, so they seem to start well but can't keep up that momentum. And the longer the quarter goes on, the better the Rebels get. So Monanui going into the midfield now. Goes on his non-preferred left foot. Finds Charlie Jelly. Jelly hacks it up towards left half forward. Leading the race there for the Bushrangers was Dashiel Smith. Had a couple of good moments so far in this final quarter. Fumbled and the ball rolls over the boundary line. 13.5 remaining. Those 13.5 minutes probably couldn't come quicker for the Bushrangers side. Thoroughly outclassed today. So over the back from the throw-in. Thompson manufactures a handball out the back to Van Creek. Van Creek will set one up towards right half forward. Ball bumbles around, but as is so many times today, landed in the hands of a Rebels player, and they turn a opportunity for the Bushrangers to score into an opportunity to slingshot into their forward 50. It's lurking around 55 out from home. Nice bit of work from Cummins. Summed it up nicely and found Lual 15 out directly in front. That was a nice bit of play. And Ruat Lual can get his first goal of the game. Of course, spends most of the game in the ruck. But considering the scoreboard, they have decided to swing him forward and see how he performs. Found himself in the right position, as you should as the forward, playing the man in front. And his kick is unfortunately just across the face of goal for him. So no goal yet for Ruat Lual. Just a minor score to move the Rebels to 16-8, 104. They lead by 78 points. The kick out goes towards a pack at right half back. Easily negotiated by the Rebels defenders as they spoil it over the boundary line. So we will have a throw-in. So from the restart, it's Sell and Thompson who duel in the ruck. Archer Beattie gets it inside forward 50, and well, both Ruat and Marley Lual looked like they were going to raffle that, but in the middle was Tamburo, who was a nice kick out of fullback, will link up with Lucas O'Hora. So O'Hora will decide to go wide to right half forward. His kick not quite going to cut the mustard and chopped off by Jacob Lucas. So Lucas lowers his eyes and goes for Sell. Moved into the ruck in this last quarter. Should I say Hellesy. Hellesy now was looking for Marnie Gilchrist. Defender beat him to the football, and now the Bushrangers will try and rebound, although Hellesy followed up and laid a strong tackle on the wing. So still not giving up on the plays are the Rebels. 16-8, 104 leads 4-2-26. So after a brief stint at full forward, Ruat Lual is back into the ruck. So out into the middle of the ground, and Manu Inui is going to link up with a teammate. That was Petrie got it back, ran through. His opponent just got a hold of his jumper at the wrong time if you were Petrie. Lual danced around two opponents, got himself onto his left foot and kicked his first. Very clean bit of play there from Marley Lual. Used the slippery surface to his benefit and has some of the Bushrangers players cramping on the ground. He can claim that as a scalp if he likes. Nonetheless, it is another goal to the Rebels. It's 17-8, 110 leads 4-2-26. It's 84 points, and once again, the same thing seems to have happened where the Bushrangers get the first of the quarter and the Rebels respond and hammer home their advantage in every facet of the game. So Lual just smacks it in his direction. Archer Beattie, I should say. Got his hands on it at ground level. Manwananui fed it back out to Beattie, who now finds Lual, and Lual will send it inside forward 50. Nice pack mark taken there by Ryder Robertson. And he stops that foray forward for the Bushrangers. So the short one out to halfback finds Smith. Smith drove it up towards the wing looking for O'Hara. Bushrangers do a nice little bit of play there on the far side wing and get it up towards Whitlock. Dangerous every time it comes near him, but he's bedded there in a contest. Now the Rebels are going to go through the middle of the ground. Oakley Fur found Petrie. Oakley Far, I should say. Petrie burns his opponent and takes a bounce through the middle of the ground. Lowers his eyes inside forward 50. Really nice bit of play. And the Rebels are now just going to raffle who wants to kick it. It was in the hands of Paddy Sell. Now finds itself into the trustworthy arms of Charlie Marnie Gilchrist, who wants to add his name to the score sheet. It was all set up by Lachlan Petrie, who showed a bit of dash in the middle of the ground and didn't blaze away, lowered his eyes. So in comes Marnie Gilchrist, close to the man on the mark. Not going to make the distance. Tamburo is going to clean up the mess for the Bushrangers. He's taking a long time to get rid of it, but did it nicely in the end. Up towards the wing where the Bushrangers seem to have a little bit of an outnumber. Struggling to pick it up cleanly, though. And now the Rebels will link out through hands, and again, they're going to bring this back inside forward 50. Charlie Jelly dodged around a couple. Squared it up to his teammate at the top of the 50-metre arc. Emerton Hooper marks and darts one in. Paddy Sell gave off the last one. Don't think he'll be doing it this time. It was a real dart of a kick from Emerton Hooper. He'd pushed up the ground, found himself on the 50-metre arc and lays it in a pass to find Paddy Sell. Still hasn't troubled the scorers so far today. Can he get a nice consolation prize here? Kick looks okay if it holds the line, and it does. Paddy Sell gets the 18th goal of the day for the Rebels, and this margin is now pushing 90 points. So 18-8, 116 leads 4-2-26. It's exactly a 90-point margin. 6.5 minutes left, and well, if you want to make anything out of the last 5 minutes, is can the Rebels turn this into a 100-point drubbing, or can the Bushrangers at least try and defend that? Wild won it down, but only as far as Van Creek. Hooper was crucial in setting up the last goal, but this time he gives away a free kick for a dangerous tackle. Lewis Boswell is the recipient. Goes short and finds Lachlan Prosser. Prosser looks inboard, but knows he's got Van Creek on his outside. Van Creek has been solid across 4 quarters. Won't make the journey from there, you wouldn't think. Certainly gave it a ride. In fact, he proved me wrong pretty quickly and slams it home. So a nice goal there from Van Creek, and that brings the margin back under 90 points. Almost fooled everyone. No one thought he was going to have a go for goal, and then found its way over the back of the pack and dribbling through for a major. So his first of the afternoon. And as we mentioned, brings the margin back to 86 points, I should say. 18, 8, 1, 16 leads 5 to 32. So it's an 84 point margin, sorry, that is. And we've ticked under 5 minutes to play in this final term. Lual wins it down. It was a pretty clean bit of work there to Oakley Farr. Oakley Farr goes further afield and finds Samuel Wareham. Pretty keen to get on with it is Wareham. Sends it right up to the top of the goal square, but get a nice intercept mark taken there by Ryder Robertson. And the Bushrangers certainly want to just continue to fight this one out. It's back in the middle here for the Rebels. They have numbers out wide. It's with Hooper now. Decides to come back into the corridor and throw it on his non-preferred. Comes off the side of the boot, and mark's going to be taken here by the Rebels. Thought it might be a push in the back, but umpire said play on, and we now have the ball once again in the hands of Marnie Gilchrist. Looks like he's going to square this up, and Cummins has got a nice run and jump at it. He couldn't hold on to the mark. Bushrangers, we're going to get rid of it. It's with the previous goal kicker now in Van Creek. Whitlock just undersized in the battle against Hooper, who's had a pretty strong last quarter. His kick probably doesn't do his teammate any favours. Set him up in a 2-on-1. They do still find a way to maintain possession here, the Rebels, although now they've turned it over, and Addison Godsmark sends it up towards right half forward for the Rebels, or should I say the Bushrangers, where they did have an outnumber, but can't find a way to turn the ball over. Elgin McLeod it is. Cummins is going to kick it up towards Lual, who should mark if not taken by Marnie Gilchrist. Marnie Gilchrist plays on, sets up a teammate. And the shot on goal comes off the boot of Charlie Jelly. And that is number 19 for the Rebels. Number 19 and goal number 3 for Charlie Jelly, who has been feasting in this second half. So back out to 90 points. And a nice bit of work to run around the man on the mark and kick what wasn't the easiest of shots. So 19, 8, 122 leads 5-2, 32. We've got 2 minutes remaining here. Both sides probably just waiting for the siren to end proceedings. It's out toward left half forward for the Bushrangers. Trying to take it and run was Orsita, but couldn't hang on to the football. And again, the Rebels negotiate and rebound off half back very, very easily. Up towards Archie Beattie, who put his head over the footy and was worried out of it by Bushrangers defenders. It's now with Addison Godsmark. Runs his 15 and kicks up towards Thompson. Might have been unlucky not to get a free kick. It's a good smother there from Basile, but not enough to turn the football into a Bushrangers possession, and in fact it'll be a free kick to the Rebels. So Ward, one of the better players in the first half, a bit quiet after then, but all the work was done by that point in the game. Ball finds its way to Jelly. 3 goals and a really strong effort, it must be said. Now to Manawanui. He kicks it up towards the wing. Going to be hauled in by Toby Hellisey. The Rebels look like they want one more. Wareham it is now. Plays on. Hands it over to Marnie Gilchrist. Marnie Gilchrist back to Manawanui. Runs to 25. Settles and kicks across the face of goal. So that was a chance for his third, but pushed it across the face. Now that will just about do us, you would think. 30 seconds left The Bushrangers going to at least keep this one under 100 points, but it's been all about the Rebels today here. Kick up towards half forward, goes over the boundary line, and will probably be a ball in to finish us all off. So Learmonth Reserve has seen a domination from the Rebels. Might be chance for one more. The Wild can't hang on to it, and that will draw proceedings to a close. So the Rebels in Div 1, they conquer the Bushrangers, and they do it comfortably. 19-9-123 defeats the Bushrangers 5-2-32. It's a 91-point margin. And the Rebels, well, they've come out here today and conquered all comers. They won in the girls earlier. They won the Div 2 boys, and they have comprehensively won the Div 1 boys matchup as well. If we look at the goal kickers, there are plenty of them for the Rebels. We had 3 apiece to Patrick McKenna and Charlie Jelly, then multiples to Beatty Moananui, and then singles, the long list of singles to Petrie, Hodge, Welsh, Ward, Burkett, Marley Lual, Wareham, Hellesy, and Paddy Selp. On the other side, it was Alex Whitlock for the Bushrangers, who did get 3 of them for himself, but he was just about the only one involved, as Ryder Robertson and Van Creek also just got singles. In terms of the better players, you could pick 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of them from the Rebels. There were so many. McKenna, of course, with 3, and Jelly with 3. Moananui was exciting. Marnie Gilchrist in particular in the second half. Cummins was great. Beatty was really strong. Lual in the ruck. You could name just about everyone. And then for the Bushrangers, I thought Whitlock was the best performed. Tamburo didn't stop trying, and Basile, while he didn't hit the scoreboard, certainly felt like he was creating opportunities inside forward 50. But that brings us just about to a close from today's proceedings. It was the Rebels 3-0. They came here hoping to do that, and they won all 3 games with relative ease, and it will be a nice evening, you would think, for all those involved with the Rebels outfit, as they get a nice team photo to wrap up the day. But it was in Div 1, the Rebels 19-9-123, defeating the Bushrangers 5-2-32 here at Learmonth Reserve. We'll be back with some more action as well, of course, as the VLine Community Cup continues into tomorrow. But the Rebels have made a pretty good start, and they'll be pretty happy with where they landed.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could put your hands together for the 2 teams and the umpires in today's game. Just a couple of presentations that we need to work through, but just before we do, I'd like to thank both Sarah and Marty from VLine for assisting in the presentations, and also welcome Greg Madigan, the head of AFL Victoria, here today as well. I'd now like to call on the coach of the Division 1 Goulburn Murray side, Simon Grunley, to make the presentations and to say a few words.
First off, I'd like to thank VLine for sponsoring the carnival, to all the umpires and all the support crew. Do a great job. To the Rebels, okay, fantastic display of footy today. One of the better ones I've seen over the years. So congratulations, boys. Fantastic effort. To our boys, I said we're here to learn and develop. So I think we have to take a lot out of today, okay, and go back and reassess tonight and review it, and just make sure that we come out and play better next time and leave better. So heads up, we'll do a good review tonight. Best player for us today was Van Creek.
Thank you very much and congratulations. And the coach of the Rebels, Timmy Beecham.
Firstly, the VLine, without the sponsorship, these championships aren't possible, so great thank you to you. To the umpires, this is a part of your development pathway as well, so we appreciate your input into the game. I thought you've done a fantastic job today, so congratulations. To Goulburn, it wasn't your day today, but remember it's not where you start, it's where you finish, and you'll be the destination of where you finish, so all the very best for the rest of the championships, and I know that you'll come back stronger after today. To our boys, congratulations. Everything we've been working towards over the last couple of weeks and months has come to fruition today. So congratulations on your performance. To the coaching staff at the Rebels, your support's been second to none, and we appreciate your efforts. So we're a team here, and we've done a pretty good job, I thought, today. So our best player went to Rort Llewell today. So well done. And just finally, obviously to AFL and AFL Victoria for your support also and assistance in putting these championships on. That's greatly appreciated too. So, and also to all the families that have come out today, a big thank you to you. You travel long distances and we appreciate your support, and so do the boys and the players. So thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Now just enjoy the rest of the carnival the next couple of days and drive safe while you're around these roads. Thank you very much.